Is there a message you'd like to share but you're shy to speak in public? Do you get nervous whenever you need to speak in front of other people, either virtually or in person? What if there's a way for you to speak with confidence and competence? What if the missing link to the success and happiness you've always aspired for lies in your ability to communicate your ideas well? Welcome to the first ever Speak to Thrive Summit, a virtual event that will help you thrive through your communication skills. Your ability to communicate effectively plays a huge part in your success and happiness. Whether you're an employee, a boss, an entrepreneur, a freelancer, a student, a parent, more so if you want to be a paid professional speaker. If you're a sales professional or a freelancer, imagine how your speaking skills can help you close more sales. If you're an entrepreneur, imagine how your speaking skills can help you pitch your ideas to your investors and close more deals. If you're an employee, imagine how your speaking skills can help you communicate your ideas well during your team meetings, which can lead you to get promoted and climb up the corporate ladder. If you're a speaker or a trainer, imagine how your speaking skills can help you become better at your craft and get more bookings. Imagine not having to feel embarrassed when you present a report or when you speak in front of others, because you are confident and you know you have what it takes to communicate your message well. From the host and founder of world-class summits like the World Gratitude Summit, HR Summit Global, and Global Author Summit, Nacino, together with her team at Wright University, are once again proud to host the first ever Speak to Thrive Summit and welcome our global speakers from the Philippines, Singapore, Australia, India, and Ireland. In this summit, you will also get to listen to the messages of the graduates of Nacino's signature online course, the 90-Day Speak to Thrive Challenge. So, if you've always wanted to level up your speaking skills, share your message to the world, and thrive in your personal and professional life, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. For our opening prayer, let's call on Kat Aristorenas.
We pray for blessings, we pray for peace, comfort for family, protection while we sleep. We pray for healing, for prosperity. We pray for your mighty hand to ease our suffering. And all the while you hear each desperate need. Love is the way, too much to give us lesser things. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? What if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know your name? What if trials in this life are your mercies in disguise? We pray for wisdom, your voice to hear. We cry in anger when we cannot feel you near. We doubt your goodness, we doubt your love. As if every promise from your word is not enough. All the while you hear each desperate plea, and long that we've had faith to believe. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? What if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know you're near? What if trials in this life are your mercies in disguise? When friends betray us, when darkness seems to win, we know that pain reminds this heart that this is not our home. This is not our home. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? What if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know you're near? What if my greatest disappointments or the aching of this life is the revealing of a greater thirst this world can't satisfy? What if trials in this life, the rain, the storms, the hardest nights, are your mercies in disguise?
Speak to Thrive Summit. This afternoon is exciting. We're featuring graduates of the 90-day Speak to Thrive Challenge course, founded by this remarkable person who will give our opening remarks.
Nacino is a trusted global speaker on gratitude and creativity. She is also a Jack Canfield certified trainer on success principles. Sha has authored and published 12 books so far. Some of the titles include Money and Me, Mission Happiness, and Conquering Stage Fright. She is recognized as a Distinguished Toastmaster, the highest award given by Toastmasters International to its members worldwide. As a speaker, Sha has spoken and addressed thousands of audiences in different countries, such as the Philippines, Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia, India, Spain, USA, and the Maldives. When Sha is not writing or speaking, she is creating online summits. She is the founder of the HR Summit Global, Overseas Filipino Summit, and the World Gratitude Summit. She also co-founded the Global Success Summit with Jonathan Lowe. In these summits, she has met and interviewed some of the world's best thought leaders, such as Jack Canfield, Dr. John DeMartini, Jason Everett, and many more. In June 2019, Sha was awarded by the United Nations Global Entrepreneur Council as the Female Entrepreneur of the Year. Sha loves to write books, and she also loves to teach people how to write books through her signature online course, the 90-Day Book Writing Challenge. To date, she has helped about 100 first-time authors write their books. Sha has been featured in major TV stations and magazines, such as ANC On the Money, ABS-CBN, TV5, GNN, and many more. Let us all give a warm round of applause to the founder of the Global Author Summit, Sha Nacino.
Let's all welcome Sha Nacino.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're tuning in from. My name is Sha Nacino, and I'm so happy, excited, and grateful to welcome you to the first ever Speak to Thrive Summit. Whew, I never imagined this day would come. Growing up, I used to be so shy and introverted. I remember when I was in college, I barely recited in class, even if I knew the answer. When I was already working for a bank, I couldn't even talk to my office mates. If I needed to talk to my office mate, I would ask myself, do I really need to talk to him or her, or can I just figure this out on my own? I was that shy. And I remember there was an internal vacancy in the bank where I used to work for. And I really loved the position. I also researched the boss, and I loved to be under her team. And then the day of the interview came. She asked me a simple question. And I was so nervous. I couldn't organize my thoughts, and I just stuttered. That day, I felt so ashamed of myself. And when I went home that night, I asked one of my friends, because I used to share an apartment with 5 other female friends. I asked her, how can I improve my communication skills? And then she said, join Toastmasters. And then I asked her, what is Toastmasters? She said, Google it. So my friend is very helpful. So anyway, I Googled Toastmasters. I attended some of their meetings, and I joined one of the clubs. And I remember when I delivered my first ever speech in that club, there were about 20 people in the room. I looked at the audience, and again, I was so nervous. I forgot everything that I practiced. I forgot everything that I wanted to say. And I can feel that a tear was about to fall, and I felt like crying. And I started to cry, and I just continued to cry. I did not utter a single word. I just kept on crying in front of 20 people. And then that's when I realized how supportive an environment Toastmasters is, because When I looked at the audience, I saw that there were three of them who were also crying with me. And I just kept on attending the meetings. I got better and better at speaking. And today, I never thought that this day would come wherein I'll be the one to coach other people how to become a better speaker. If you are watching right now, please say hi in the comments and then I might greet you. I might make a shout out for you. So my team will post your comments on screen. Princess, hi to you. All right, Kathleen, I saw Kathleen here from Sampaloc, Manila. Tess from Muntinlupa. Arlene, thank you for watching. Jane from Singapore, thank you for watching. Baby from Muntinlupa City, thank you for watching. So I'm a bit emotional because I'm just so happy. And I'm just so happy and grateful that you are here, that you are able to share this moment with me. Thank God, like what I said, I got better and better at speaking. And now I'm a paid professional speaker. And it is such a joy to be able to go to different companies and share important messages. Companies not just within the Philippines, but in other countries as well. And my one big message for you today is this. You have what it takes to become a great speaker. You have what it takes to speak with confidence and competence. You don't need to be a great speaker right now, but I believe that you have that within you. All you need to do, all you need to have is the humility to learn and also the heart to be able to accept coaching, to have a teachability spirit. If you have that, I guarantee you, you can become a great speaker as well. I thank God because I took time to hone my communication skills. My communication skills really helped me thrive, not just in my personal life, but also in my professional life. Nowadays, I no longer feel shy to talk to other people. I can talk to anyone. I can talk to celebrities, CEOs. I can talk to my colleagues. I can talk to janitors. I can talk to salespeople. I can talk to helpers. I can talk to different people from all walks of life. And I'm no longer shy or intimidated or insecure because I knew that I have what it takes to be able to speak to them with confidence and with competence. So my speaking skills helped me thrive, not just in my personal life, but in my professional life as well. And not only that, my speaking skills also helped me build authentic and meaningful connections. I remember in April 2018, I attended this global convention for speakers in Singapore. And although at that time I was already a speaker to Filipino audiences in the Philippines and abroad, that was my first time to be in front of a global audience and more so to speak in front of a global audience. So I was not a speaker at that time, April 2018. But during day zero of the conference, one of the speakers from India posed a question and said, to the first person who will raise her hand and who will answer my question, I'll give you a copy of my book. And although I was nervous, I wanted to get a copy of his book. And so when he posed the question, I raised my hand, he called me, and I delivered my 30-second speech in front of a global audience from 26 countries. And I thought that was it. But what surprised me was this. During the break, more than 10 global speakers approached me, gave me their calling cards, and told me, Sha, I was really moved by your speech a while ago. This is my calling card. Can I get your calling card? Can we connect on LinkedIn? Can you teach me how to write a book as well? And I never thought that 30-second speech, it's not even 30 minutes, it's a 30-second speech, would change my life forever. It helped me build friendships with other global speakers from different countries. A year later, I got invited to speak in India, Singapore, Malaysia, and the Maldives. And I got invited by the organizers who I met in that global convention. That 30-second speech sealed the deal. I'm sharing this story with you, and as you listen to my story, think how this can relate to your life as well. Later on, during the panel discussion, during this Speak to Thrive Summit, you will meet global speakers from Ireland, from Singapore, from India. And these are all my friends. We've met in events. We've met because we share the same passion to share messages. And our other keynote speaker for today, Andrew Matthews, is such a big speaker. If you want to hire Andrew Matthews, you need to pay an arm and a leg to be able to afford his fees. We are having this Speak to Thrive Summit, and this is a free summit. How could I have afforded to invite Andrew Matthews to speak in a free summit? The answer is authentic and meaningful connection, which we were able to build because of our communication skills. Communication is so important. If you want to thrive in your personal life and in your professional life, it is so important to build your communication skills. Maybe the missing link that you've been looking for is building your communication skills. Maybe you're so good at your work right now. Maybe you're so brilliant, you have brilliant ideas. But if you don't know how to communicate your ideas well, then you won't go far. And that is why it is so important to build your communication skills, develop your communication skills. When I started my career as a speaker, there were a few people who trusted me. These were my mentors. I can mention two of them. One is Heinz Bulos of Learning Curve. He invited me to speak in his seminar. And at that time, that was my first ever speaking engagement. And I was the youngest speaker in the crowd. The other speakers were multimillionaires, billionaires, CEOs, executives. And I was the youngest speaker. And I'm so grateful to Heinz because he gave me the opportunity to speak in his platform and share the stage with the giants. Another mentor that I'd like to share with you is Brother Bo Sanchez. He has invited me to speak in many of his events, and he invited me to share the stage with him and his other fellow giants. And I'm so grateful for the trust they've given me. I cannot repay the both of them, but what I want to do is to pay it forward. This is the reason why about 90 days ago, we launched the 90-Day Speak to Thrive Summit. And in a few minutes, you will listen from the graduates of the 90-Day Speak to Thrive Summit. For many of them, I think for most of them, this is their first time to speak in public. Like what Heinz and Brother Bo did for me, I also would like to give them this platform to share their message to the world through this Speak to Thrive Summit. And if they can do it, you can do it as well. My team and I really prepared well for this Speak to Thrive Summit. Even if it's a free event, we always strive for excellence. We always strive for world class. So if you feel that this is a world class event, let us know in the comments. I'd like to commend my team for really working so hard behind the scenes, for working with me to produce this kind of summit that we can share with you. Again, my one big message for you is this: you have what it takes to be a great speaker. You have what it takes to speak with confidence and competence. Maybe you don't see that right now in you, but I do. I see that in you. And let that sink in your heart. You have what it takes to be a great speaker. You just need to believe in yourself. And speaking of belief, when I was in Boracay a few weeks ago, I did something really crazy. It's crazy because it's something I've never done before. I sang and I did a music video while I was in Boracay. I hired professional videographers, makeup artists to collaborate with me. I hired musicians and sound engineer to collaborate with me. And for the first time, we are going to show you my first ever music video. And I'm sharing this with you because I used to be tone deaf. I couldn't carry a tune, and everyone around me was telling me, Sha, please do us a favor, don't sing. And I saw that as their way of loving me, because in reality, I was really tone deaf. I couldn't carry a tune. My voice was monotonous. If there are four singing voices, namely bass, alto, tenor and soprano, mine was sintonado. I was sintonado. But one person believed in me, and he happened to be a voice coach, a singing coach. And his belief in me fueled me to keep on singing. And you know, the crazy thing happened. When he started to believe in me, and I started to believe in myself, suddenly I can hear the notes. Suddenly I can carry a tune. And today, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, who are watching this first ever Speak to Thrive Summit, I'm so pleased, excited, happy, and grateful to share with you my first ever music video. And I hope that this video will remind you that you have what it takes to be all that you want to be. If you want to be a singer, you can be a singer. If you want to be an author, you can be an author. If you want to be a speaker, you can be that. You have that in you. God gave you all the raw materials to be everything that you want to be. And may the song that we're about to play with you, which was Shut in Boracay, remind you how beautiful and lovable you are. And may the song remind you that you have what it takes. So let us now share the song with you.
Sad eyes, don't be discouraged, though I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all, and the darkness inside of you can make you feel so small. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show. The true colors are beautiful, oh, like a rainbow. Show me a smile then. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy, anything and all that you can bear, just call me up, 'cause I'll always be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show. The true colors are beautiful, oh, like a rainbow. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show. The true colors are beautiful, oh, like a rainbow. Oh, like a rainbow.
Wow, that was a beautiful cover rendition of the song True Colors. You first heard and seen it here at the first ever Speak to Thrive Summit. Sha has been able to touch many lives as a global speaker for many years now. And along the way, she has met fellow global speakers who also became her friends. To hear their own journey as a speaker and to learn tips on speaking, stay tuned for our panel discussion with internationally known global speakers. For our segment host, let's now call on one of Wright University's very own, Kat Aristorenas.
Okay, surprise, I'm back. Surprise, I'm back. So this is what happens when you're live. So apparently Kat's internet connection got disconnected at this time. So I'm going to I'm going to do the games for you. So this is our game. First, I'd like to thank you for tuning in right now. I'm so happy my team and I are so happy that you are here and that you are joining us in the first ever Speak to Thrive Summit. And we have exciting prizes that await you. And two of these prizes are complete scholarship to my signature online course, the 90 Day Speak to Thrive Challenge. So we will choose two winners who will win full scholarship, and then count 90 days from now. Who knows? You will be the one to share your message to the world through the second Speak to Thrive Summit, right? So this is the game, and it's very easy. All you need to do is to post a picture of yourself in your Facebook feed watching this Speak to Thrive Summit. So all you need to do is to get your phone and take a selfie while you're watching the summit, and then write any caption that you want to write. Just make sure that number one, you put your post on public. Okay, number one, it's on public. And number two is this. You need to use the hashtag Speak to Thrive Summit. Okay, so the hashtag should be Speak to Thrive Summit. My team will edit that. It's not 90 Days Speak to Thrive Challenge, but Speak to Thrive Summit. Okay, so that's the hashtag that you're going to use so that we can see your posts. And then again, make sure to make your posts public. All right? So that's it. And again, so all winners will get, okay, I'm surprised. These are the prizes. Okay, so we will choose three winners for these particular posts, and all the winners will get the World Gratitude Summit VIP Pass, which is worth, I think, about 10,000 pesos, Money and Me ebook, and my ebook, Conquering Stage Fright. So those are the prizes of the three winners. All right? So post away, and then my team will announce the winners towards the end of our discussion. See you.
Jano. Florence, aka Pollen, was born on February 17 and is the fifth of 9 children. She studied BS Biology at St. Louis University, Baguio City, and finished her Bachelor of Laws at East Central College's San Fernando, Pampanga. Pollen has been employed for more than 30 years and is presently the Human Resource Officer of a private institution.
Hi, I'm Florence Feliciano and I'm a school employee. I joined the Speak to Thrive Challenge because I want to enhance my communication skills. And I would like to thank Ms. Nacino for having invited me to join this training. Joining this training is one of the good decisions I had in my life because it improved me after trying the challenge. And as to my experience, I can say that it has been a very fun field and interesting journey. The activities we had were very practical and enjoyable, and the expertise of Ms. Shana Sino is very commendable and effective in guiding me. Her mentoring is very excellent, and she shared the videos of her exclusive interviews of international personalities. And these videos are very loaded with learning strategies to become a good speaker. And these are also materials that are available for us anytime we would like to use them or even for a lifetime available. Okay, so what is the gain that I have? from the challenge, I will share the 5C of the challenge. The first C is confidence. So the tip for the confidence I learned here is reading a book aloud for 20 minutes daily. And why I like this activity because it is my way of relaxing at the same time. It improved my pronunciation and enriched my vocabulary. The second C is character, and then there were six characteristics of a good speaker that Miss Shah explained to us lengthily. These characteristics are being sincere, humble, authentic, loving, being a listener, and being a learner. A good speaker, one way or the other, exhibits these characteristics during the speech. And the third C is content. So a good speaker shares a story to convey the core message where the audience can gain something. And the fourth C is connection. And what are the tips under connection? A good speaker connects to the audience by first knowing who the audience are and relating to their concerns and using the common language that they understand. Another way to connect is share a story where the hero is relating to the audience or make the audience relate to the hero or to the character in the story. Another one is for you to connect to your audience is by looking at them in the eye if it is in a face-to-face setup. If it is in a virtual setup, just look at the camera. Another way to connect is by smiling and being friendly to your audience, and then if possible, make them laugh because making them laugh is a bonus. Another way to connect, sorry, another C is, or the fifth C is competence. So what are the tips under competence for one to develop one's competence? Uh, First, you have to write and rewrite your speech, practice it many times, and then if you commit a mistake, just laugh at your mistake and learn from the mistake. And see to it that you speak within the allotted time because this is your way of respecting your audience and showing them that you value their time. Okay, the best tip I have for this competence, I think, is joining a Toastmasters club because joining a Toastmasters club is great help for one to become a good speaker. So that's my story as a driver. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you, Pollen, for sharing your Speak to Thrive journey with us. Our next speaker is a motivated rural development professional engaged in project management, policy advocacy, and intersectoral coordination in agriculture. She is also a wife who loves to watch The Chosen with a homebody husband. They both love to travel and have adventures together. An interesting introvert and a scribbler who loves to write anything that interests her. She aspires to be a confident speaker so she can share her story and inspire people to live meaningful lives. Let's call on Charm Famor.
November 2014 was one of the turning points of my life. One early morning, I was on board the first flight going to my home province. And I can vividly remember how my heart was racing and my feet were heavy as I stepped down the plane. 5 days prior to that flight, my youngest brother texted me and greeted me on my birthday while I was at work. He asked me if I was going home on that weekend to celebrate my birthday. I replied no, maybe after a week, because I already had a scheduled flight to go home so I can spend more time with them. And then he replied back. He said, I love you and I missed you. But then there I was, 5 days later. taking the first flight and rushing to go home because something happened to him. While he was on his way home on All Saints' Day, he met an accident. He was riding his motorbike when he had a strong collision with a passenger jeepney. We lost him that day. I never knew that I could cry. What I felt was the deepest cry in my life. I saw how my family was devastated. I saw how my family grieved on what we truly felt inside. And then I realized grief is something very personal. It's a very personal emotion. Our grief is unique from each other, and we don't share and experience the same kind of grief. But I would like to believe that grief is not a singular emotion. It is not heartache alone. It is not sadness alone. It comes with a lot of other emotions and thoughts interplaying all at once. Denial is prominent while in grief. When I first heard the news about my youngest brother's passing, I refused to accept that he was gone. I was just imagining that he was in the hospital recuperating. And then I found myself blurting out a lot of what ifs, if only. When my youngest brother said that he loved me and he missed me, I just replied him with a single heart emoji. If only I had replied him that I love him too in words, then I was more assured and I was more at peace that he knew that I loved him. And then fear kicked in. Fear of losing myself. Fear that the pain is something indelible. Grief confronted me to ride the waves of emotional turmoil. Yet somehow, those waves of emotion pushed me to let go of the pain and receive the unfounded favor of acceptance that made me pick up the pieces and get up again. Yes, grief had given me the strength to receive the grace of acceptance and to see the unfolding of a new way of life. Grief does not make me forget. The memories of my brother lingers on me. When you are grieving, you're sad because of the loss. And then you smile when you remember the wonderful memories that you had. Yes, I lost my brother, but he lives on in me while I was moving through the loss. The pandemic took us by surprise. We were not prepared for the loss and tragedies around. And then suddenly grief became more apparent and a universal emotion. Not only grief over losing many lives, but grief on losing jobs, relationships, businesses. We cannot avoid it, right? But what can we do? We can remind each other that terrible things happen, and it's okay to be not okay. And no matter how very personal grief is, we can glean from each other and gain empathy on what others are going through. And then slowly and surely, the grieving person would find his way to get up again and rediscover the love, the joy and peace in life. Because that is what grief gives us, the strength to receive the grace of acceptance and healing. Thank you.
Truly, grace abounds even in our lowest of times. In line with that, it also helps when we are grateful for what we currently have, even if we are not in our best circumstances. Rona E. Smith believes that learning to be grateful every day is one of the best things one could do to achieve a more satisfying and happier life. She is a daughter to God first, then to her parents, a wife to her husband, a mother to her 5-year-old son, a sister to her siblings, a colleague to her coworkers, and a friend to most people who know her. Let's welcome Rona.
Today, I'll be sharing with you the lesson I learned from our church pastor, Sir Mr. Rick Warren, when he said that failure is never final. Because I believe that you are never a failure until you actually quit. And it's always too early to quit. Here's the thing. Your greatness cannot be determined by your talent, skills, education, or by the wealth you acquired throughout your life, but by what it takes to discourage you. So the question really is, what does it take to discourage you? Does simple failure stop you from doing what you want to achieve in your life? Or are you resilient enough to make sure that when you do stumble, you try your very best to get back up? Because you know that when you do get back up, a lot of good things or positive things could happen to you. Well, a lot of things could cause you to fail, but always choosing to get back up and keep going are what really matters. As you see, a lot of well-known people nowadays failed a lot of times too. But how are they considered successful people now? That's because they believe that failure is never final. They never allowed failure to stop them. Quitting was out of their vocabulary. Instead, what they do is to keep trying, try and try until they succeed. So just to give you an example of few people I know who are actually successful right now and considered known by a lot of people who also suffered failure a lot of times. Firstly, we do have Mr. Thomas Edison. He was famous for never giving up in his search for the construction of the electric light bulb. He even mentioned that he had not failed 10,000 times, that he actually found 10,000 ways that won't work. He also mentioned that many of life's failures are people who did not realize how close they were to success when they actually gave up. So that's Mr. Thomas Edison. Next would be Albert Einstein. He's one of the greatest scientists of all time. Did you know that he actually didn't say a single word until he's actually 4 years old? He didn't even pass the entrance exam at the university he chose to when he's about to go to college. That's because he did so poorly in school. But he didn't stop from there. And now, he's actually known as the father of modern physics. Hopefully, or most of us are actually familiar with the E is equals to mc squared. So thirdly, an example that most of the Filipina people know, Miss Pia Wurtzbach. She joined with the Bining Pilipinas pageant twice and didn't win. But because she loves to really be the Miss Universe, she didn't stop from joining. So on her third time of joining, she finally got the national crown. She then represented the Philippines in the Miss Universe or in the global stage at Miss Universe 2015, where she eventually won the third title of Miss Universe for the Philippines. And now, she's known in the whole universe rather, as one of the most confidently beautiful women in the world with a heart. These are just a few examples of famous people who get to be successful because of not quitting. And I'm sure each of you knows of others who's actually found success in spite of failure or earlier failures in their life through perseverance and determination. And what makes these people greater is actually their capability or ability not to quit. Because they do believe that failure is never final. So they keep trying until they succeeded in the end. So for you who's watching me right now, and if you feel like you failed in life, I'd like to challenge you. I'd like to challenge you to think how John Lennon think when he said that everything is going to be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Rona. Our next speaker, Carla Teresa U. Aguilar, is currently taking up culinary arts in Enderan colleges and the eldest of 4 siblings. Aside from her love of cooking and baking for her relatives, she also enjoys watching musicals, going on road trips with her family, and plays sports and piano during her free time.
Good day, everyone. Staying positive nowadays has been tough, especially in this COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of us are facing different kinds of problems the past year. Some are facing financial problems, some are getting sick, losing friends and family to the COVID-19 virus. Some are losing their jobs and even facing anxiety and stress. But there is one thing that I have learned on how I stay positive in times of challenges. Affirmations has helped me in so many ways. It has helped me become more confident in myself and overcoming my fears whenever I face different kinds of problems in my life. According to Tito Jojo Apollo, a mentor and a certified NLP practitioner, he said that it is better to say our affirmations out loud and in front of the mirror. It will help us boost our self confidence and overcome our self doubt and negative thoughts. Entering my first year in college back in 2015 was a big leap for me, especially that I was homeschooled for 8 years. Being in a new environment was a big change. Meeting new friends and teachers, attending classes almost every day, and doing a lot of homeworks, projects, and exams. I thought to myself that will I be able to finish the semester with high grades? And will I be able to do my requirements on time? I affirmed myself that I will finish the semester with high grades and to finish my requirements on time as well. Because of a lot of stress that I have encountered when I was in my first year in college, it somewhat affected my health as well. I had frequent back pains and headaches to the point that I missed a few classes during that semester. My skin on my nose and ears was also swelling, not knowing what kind of sickness I had back then. After several checkups with my doctors, I found out that I had an autoimmune disease called discoid lupus, which affects the skin on the face. In my case, it affected my nose and ears. I also found out that the swelling on my nose will leave a scar in the future. I was a bit conscious when he told me that it will leave a scar on my nose. And whenever my teachers, friends, or family will ask me what happened to my nose and why is it swelling, deep inside I am still beautiful whether or not I have the scar on my nose. No matter how difficult the challenges we face in our lives, saying our affirmations daily will help us become more positive, boost our self confidence, and to overcome these challenges in our lives. We always have the opportunity to learn from these challenges as well. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope all of you have a great day ahead. Bye.
And that was Carla with her speech, Staying Positive in Time of Challenges. Up next, Evelyn Maniego Salon is the co-founder of Eliakim Learning Center, a school that upholds balanced education of the heart and mind. Also known as Belen, she is a Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management degree holder, a certified TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages graduate, a cum laude in her collegiate years, and a National Sunday School Superintendent of the Apostolic Jesus Name Church.
What is happiness? It's an odd question. but is it? Do you really think you know how to define happiness? Do you think happiness is the same as yours, a same thing to you as to others? The standard definition of happiness is a state of well-being and contentment. Is this the same as yours? People have been debating on the cause of happiness for many years, in fact, hundreds of years. Aristotle, the great philosopher, defined happiness as the real good, the end which every one of us aims. According to Aristotle, the reason why we desire houses, we work hard to have a comfortable life, to, to have cars, good education, high paying job is because we wanted to be happy. What you regard, on the other hand, contradictorily oppose this view. According to him, happiness is deeper than that. It is a deep sense of serenity and fulfillment, and it is not from the outside thinking. To make happiness clearer, others have classified this into two: the natural and the synthetic happiness. According to them, natural happiness is what we feel when we get what we wanted. Synthetic happiness is what we feel even if we don't get what we wanted. Now let's hear from the source of life, from Jesus Christ, the creator of this human body, on what is really happiness. The word blessed in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, in New American Standard Exhaustive Concordance, means Macarius, which comes from the word Makar, and it means happy or supremely blessed. Now, in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, it seems that this refers to an unlikely group of people, to those who are mourning, to those who are hurting, and to those who are ill, to those who are poor. Now, here's the message of Matthew chapter 5, and it says there, "Blessed or happy are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are those who mourn, or happy are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Happy are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger or thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are those who are merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Happy are those who are pure in heart, for they will see God. Happy are the peacemakers, for they will be called the sons of God. Happy are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Happy are you when people insult you, when people try to falsely say evil things against you." Jesus said, "Rejoice and be glad, for great is your reward in heaven." These are the things that I have discovered in the book of Matthew chapter 5, and this completely changes what I think about real happiness. In this case, I realized that even the negative things, like problems, like financial setbacks, like sickness, and many other things that have come our way, are blessings. Why? Because this has forced us to trust and believe God, and has taught us to our knees and pray and seek the mind of God and feel experience the presence of the living God. And that is where real happiness is. I hope in this very short presentation, this has opened our eyes to realize what really makes us happy. And I pray that you will share this to your friends, to your family, and to those around you. And let us end man's search for happiness.
We hope that our viewers learned more about how to search for happiness in Belen's speech. Let's move on to Dr. Violeta Rodriguez. Dr. Violet is a fellow of the Philippine Dermatological Society and is a practicing dermatologist in the Philippines. Her experience of almost 30 years in the diagnosis and treatment of diseases of the skin, hair, and nails consisted of both pathologic and aesthetic cases. The unexpected lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic has blessed and humbled her with many unexpected teleconsult requests and has opened the new dimension of preventive wellness as an advocacy or mission in the family's thriving dermatology practice. To talk about hope, let's call on Dr. Violet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Be a channel of hope. This has become my battle cry. I have embraced the mission of being a sharer of hope. To have hope is to empower oneself in order to face the toughest and the darkest of times and emerge a survivor. Who would have thought that in year 2020, we would be facing an unprecedented global health crisis. The pandemic has brought a pervasive sense of panic, stress, anxiety, restlessness, and hopelessness. It has taken its toll in our physical, mental, emotional, social, and even spiritual health. According to a Scottish writer, philosopher, mathematician, Thomas Carlyle, he who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. True enough, if you think about it, if we are in the best of health, who would be losing hope? A clinical psychologist, Dr. Dale Archer, has written in 2013 an article entitled The Power of Hope. And his words resonated well with me. If I could package and dispense hope, I would choose a pill more powerful than any antidepressant in the market. Well, in the latter part of 2019, his dream has become a reality in me. A source of hope, literally packaged in a soft gel capsule, was introduced by a doctor friend. At first, my husband and I were skeptical, but after having proven its safety and having witnessed that its multiple health benefits can certainly uplift the spirits of those, even the very ill, and improve the well-being, the general well-being of anyone, we became convinced. We became preventive wellness advocates. This health supplement has become the tool in doing my mission to instill hope, to ignite hope, to restore hope, especially in people who have varied health conditions, but also in those who are seemingly healthy. It is not a magic pill. It is not a cure to any illness. Rather, it enhances, it ensures a quality life, a comfortable life. It slows down aging. It prevents degenerative illnesses. It revitalizes one's immune system, to name a few. Who would not be filled with hope if we are in the optimum of health, right? And now let us go to our ultimate source of hope, our God Almighty. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Isn't that amazing? If you have an open mind, and better yet, an open heart to give value to oneself, may I invite you to know well this world-class high premium health supplement. Share it and be a channel of hope.
What a lovely message, Dr. Violeta. To finish off our first batch, we have Junalyn Alivio. Juna is an eco-friendly hair care bar artisan formulator of the Boholana Essentials brand. It is a brand on a mission to help reduce single-use sachet pollution, one bathroom at a time. Juna loves exploring the beauty of Mother Nature and is a steward of God's creation. She is a volunteer at Plastic Free Bohol movement against pollution in her beautiful province of Bohol.
Way back when I was 13 years old, I remember an event in my life where I did not finish changing my school uniform. Why? Because I just collapsed. And then afterwards, I saw myself lying down on a hospital bed with a nasal cannula attached to my nose with an oxygen tank on. In that moment of my life, every asthma attack that I will have, I always connect to my Creator by praying heartily, because having a difficulty in breathing is really not a joke. That's why during pandemic last year, I had this anxiety attack, because I remember that last attack when I was 13 years old. I prayed heartily and asked God, Lord, breathe with me every day. As you watching this video, if you can breathe properly, then that's a miracle from the one who created you the most. How I cultivate that smile or see miracles in life every day. Number one, I always take that moment of gratitude. Number two, I always have that breathing session and exercise with my Lord God. I always ask Him, Lord, walk and breathe with me properly. Allow me to smell the sweet scent of your beautiful creation, like the flowers, like the cool breeze around the ocean. Lord, allow me to walk on the adventures of your beautiful environment. Right now, I am formulating a natural hair care bar, an eco-friendly bar. As I look back my asthma attack events in my life when I was a child, I am very grateful that until now, God breathed with me, gave his miracle to me in order to experience the beauty and wonders of his beautiful creation. Like the sense of the essential oils that I will add into my formulations. I'm very grateful. I always thank God for being with me. Did I experience insecurity, comparison to others or to other child before? Yes, of course. I'm just a human being. And because of that experiences, I'm grateful because I know God walks with me every breath that I take. I'm always hopeful. I'm always have the courage that he will give me always because he is my creator. He is the creator of my total wholeness. That's why if you're breathing properly, I want you to smile with a big smile and always see miracles in life every day. Be grateful. You're healthy. You're breathing. You can see. You can hear. Thank you so much for watching this video. Be healthy and happy always, everyone. Thank you.
Wow! We now have a new meaning for the word smile.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And we hope on behalf of the Right University team, me, of course, Sha, Clarice, and Kim, and Eunice, we thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, especially for the first batch of our speakers. And we mentioned earlier that we have a game for you to make this afternoon special and very exciting. So we'd just like to remind you of this. So what are you supposed to do? Just post a picture of yourself in your Facebook feed watching the Speak to Thrive Summit. Like so, whatever post you want, you can do it. But remember, with your picture has to go this hashtag 90 days Speak to Thrive challenge. So that's hashtag 90 days Speak to Thrive challenge. That's the only way we can find you and find your pictures. Why do we want to find you? Because we love to give prizes here in Wright University. We will have five winners, not just two, not just three, but five winners for this afternoon. Three winners, the ones that we will see, the ones that we will choose from the FB posts, will win an access to the World Gratitude Summit, Sha's book, Money and Me, and also related to our topic today, this afternoon, is Conquering Stage Fright. That's another ebook of Sha that the three winners will get. And if you really desire to speak better, we have such good news for you because there will be two winners of this actual course. If you want to be a graduate of the 90-day Speak to Thrive Challenge, please post your pictures watching this summit this afternoon, and we hope that you will be the one who will win a scholarship to the 90-day Speak to Thrive Challenge. All right? All right. Okay. What else? I guess let me look at your comments. Let me just check back in what you guys are saying after you've heard about, I think, 9 speakers already, 9 graduates. Lourdes Durian. She says, I truly felt God's presence while you were speaking. Jesus is so proud of having you presented. What is happiness? According to his word and not according to man's point of view. Well, yes, that is very much important, especially if you are strong on the spiritual side, especially now that we're undergoing still in the pandemic. We really need to latch on to somebody bigger, somebody who is more powerful than us. All right, let's look at more. People are sending love also to our graduates. Bunganer Andaya says, Dr. Violeta. Violeta, congrats. Our hope is in God alone. And Chel Sarsua says, she has a lot of hashtags. Hashtag grateful, hashtag hopeful, hashtag wholesome with God. Yes. And for our last speaker, we have a new meaning to smile. And Irene Encinares Polanco says, let's smile, see miracles in life every day, and be a blessing to everyone. So this afternoon, actually, it's quite a rainy afternoon here in Manila. And so we ask you, our viewers from all over the world, from all over the Philippines, to just say a prayer for us as well, for those who are currently being hit hard by the typhoon. And yes, we know that despite the challenges that we face, there are still blessings. Like, well, at least for us here who are quite safe in our homes, we have the cool breeze. But of course, we also keep in mind the people who are not are in challenging times right now. So thank you very much in advance for your prayers. Mesh Padrilan Bisaya. Okay, congrats, Pollen, Charm, Rona, Carla, Evelyn, Dr. Violeta, and Junalyn. All right. And Mesh, I think you're coming up soon, right? So we're excited to hear you as well. From Grace Bongato, great inspiring words, Ma'am Junalyn. Thank you. Tita Anita. I love that smile, Junalyn. Congratulations. We have also here, this is our graduate summit for the speakers. But in a few days, we're also going to have another launch. There will be authors who will be launching their books. So if you want, you can tune right back in here in Sha's page. So why do I say that? Because yes, I can see here graduates also of the book writing challenge. Janet Conde Gorospe says, yes, if God is with us, we can appreciate and see even the smallest things as miracles. Thank you, Miss Junalyn. All right. I want to see more of you in the comments. So I'd like to ask you just one thing. From the people who have already spoken, what's one thing that struck you the most? So I'd like to ask you to comment that down below here. So comment below, what is one thing that struck you the most? Let me see. Rona. Nerissa Cedillo, that a quote from Mr. John Lennon, which I love to remind myself with when I am experiencing some hardships, thus making me realize that failure is never final. We just need to keep going. No room for quitting. Yes, that's
with words of perseverance,
that's the spirit.
Bravery.
No quitting. All right, I see more comments coming in. Failure is never final from Kathleen Cordova. I agree. And from experience, because I also, of course, struggle with failing, as I am human, just like everyone else here in the audience. In a coaching session, I talked about failure with one of my coaches as well. And I had a realization there that every failure is actually a step towards our success. So from the messages that we have heard here with the graduates so far. That's something we need to also keep in mind. If let's say you're an aspiring speaker, but you have difficulty in the beginning, then every difficulty is actually a step towards a success. If you want to be a professional speaker, every failure is just a step to success. And so let's not give in to discouragement. What else? Let me see. There are more coming. Ampy Olores, have courage. Definitely. Glow Cruz, if it's not okay, it's not yet the end. Love that. I share your love for that quote as well. I saw something here earlier. Let me just backtrack. Okay, when it comes to health, prevention is the key. Yes, let's not get into. I hear that advice also from my mom. No, why wait till it's bad when you can prevent the bad, especially when we're talking about our health. Hope is a very essential ingredient of success. I agree. Let me see. Ana Maria Gonzaga, I would like to grab this opportunity to thank you, Ms. Sha, for teaching me how to count my blessings. I started journaling last June 12. It's almost 1.5 months already. The effects, positivity every day. Thank you again. Okay, let's that of course we know that Sha is a speaker about gratitude, and so this is one of the things that Anna Marie learned from Sha, a gratitude journal, and I've also experienced the positive effects as well to this day. I am more positive. I think of more and I focus more on positive thoughts as well. Let me see what else are your learnings. Be a channel of hope and see miracles in life every day. Let's go to lovely. Staying positive from Ma'am Carla Aguilar. In this world full of negativities, staying positive is a real challenge, but spreading positivity is a gift. Thank you, lovely May, for sharing what struck you most in the first batch of speakers. Yeah. Oh, okay. I highlighted it. Thanks. Gina Maika, I hope I got your name correctly. Yes. So in my coaching session, that was the first time I also realized it as well. All right. We won't keep you waiting because we have an exciting message from an exciting and world-renowned person right now. All right. So stay tuned in. We'll see you again in a bit.
Speaking of smile, we have a special message from someone who has truly put smiles on the faces of many people through his books and talks. He is a speaker at conferences worldwide on happiness and prosperity and is the author of a range of popular self-help books that have sold over 7 million copies and have been translated in 43 languages, including Being Happy and Follow Your Heart. He has addressed over 1,000 corporations over 5 continents, from banks, hospitals, government institutions, and IT companies to prisons, universities, and schools. His specialty areas include life-work balance, embracing change, dealing with disasters, and achieving success. Let us all welcome Andrew Matthews.
Writing a good speech or a good book is simpler than you think. Here is an extract from my presentation, How to Write Better Emails, Letters, Speeches, Blogs, and Books. I've only ever shared this with my exclusive online membership group. And now, with you. Today is about choosing words that work. So I have 6 tips for you. And the first tip is write as if you're having a conversation. You don't need lessons in creative writing. You don't need to find your voice. You already have a voice that you use every day. We speak on average about 16,000 words a day. You will know some people who speak more. So you already have words that you're comfortable with, and you can use those, and that's enough. Is this typical? This is Fred, and he needs to give a speech, and he says, I need to sound like a public speaker. I need some impressive words. No, Fred, you don't need to sound like a public speaker. All you need to do is sound like Fred. The best public speakers are those who, when they get on stage, they don't change their language, they don't change their personality, and you can trust your everyday language because it's worked for you so far. You've all heard people like this on stage. Shift the paradigm, push the envelope, think outside the box. Audiences hate it. Kill me now. Why is it that we get the idea that we need to use complicated words when really we can use simple words? Here's what happened to most of us. By the age of 6, you knew simple words. The cat sat on the mat. But then we got teachers whose job was to expand our vocabulary. And we had to describe the cat, and big words got us better marks. And so we needed an enormous cat, or a colossal cat, or a prodigious cat. But bigger words usually don't improve the message. Think of some famous movie lines. I'll have what she's having. Show me the money. Go ahead, make my day. Or the Terminator. He didn't say, I'll inevitably return in the fullness of time. I think he said, I'll be back. Did you ever hear a speech and say to yourself, if only they'd used bigger words? History's great speeches can be understood by a 12-year-old. Churchill. We shall fight on the beaches. Martin Luther King, I have a dream. Even Shakespeare, the most famous phrase that Shakespeare ever wrote in Hamlet was 6 words, and 5 of them are 2 letters. What words do you use if you are excited or desperate? Simple words that everybody understands, like save my child, I love you, or don't shoot. People sense that you are serious. And what words do people use when they don't care or they have no clue? They talk about core competency and meaningful dialogue. No one cares about the size of your vocabulary. Want to write a powerful email? Want to give a strong presentation? Junk any sentence that would confuse a 12-year-old, and your audience will be just delighted. 3 points on this. If you're writing a letter, a paragraph, a speech, or your life story, nobody cares about the size of your vocabulary. And the second point is, nobody cares about the size of your vocabulary. And the third point, you get the picture. You will often find that simple words are more punchy than long words. So a huge cat will usually beat an enormous cat. It's better to buy a cat than purchase a cat. Being poor is better than being impoverished. Funny beats humorous. Tell a story. These sentences could be from a speech. My 91-year-old uncle just got married. Or, after 37 rejections, Mary got a job. Stories, they grab us, they touch us, they motivate us. We want to know more. So stories are your magic weapon. Let me see if I can illustrate this in a cartoon. Writing an article or giving a speech is like making a journey, and some parts of the journey are harder than others. And sharing ideas and explanations, you feel like you're climbing uphill. It's tough. That little guy looks like he's crying. He's meant to be sweating, but it could be both. That's what it can feel like if you're writing an article, if you're giving a speech, and you're trying to get across these ideas and explanations. It's uphill. So you say, well, what is the downhill bit? And the downhill bit is telling stories. It's more fun for you, and it's more fun for your audience. And we remember stories often for a lifetime. Later in the video, I share 5 ways to grab people's attention in an article, a chapter, or a speech. And I have tips to write better letters and emails. So you say, so how do I get to see the rest of this video for free? I'm glad you asked. Simply go to my webpage, andrewmatthews.com/write. Now that's Matthews with 2 T's, and there you can get yourself a link. Happy writing.
Let's begin with our next set of speakers who will speak about beginnings, happiness, triumph, and gratitude. Engineer Emiliana Patal de la Cruz is a civil and sanitary engineer. A graduate of Mapua Institute of Technology, she is a recognized ASEAN engineer. She also took up her master's degree in sanitary engineering with lacking thesis. She was recognized as outstanding alumni in the field of sanitary engineering by the Mapua University CE ENSE Alumni Association in 2018. Likewise, she was conferred by the Philippine Technological Council with the Inspiring Women Engineer Award in the field of sanitary engineering last 2019. Engineer Patal de la Cruz is an industry practitioner in the field of sanitary, plumbing system design, and consultancy for almost 3 decades now. Currently, she is the prime consultant of E. Patal de la Cruz Engineering and Consultancy. Lastly, Engineer Patal de la Cruz is a mother of 4.
Good day, everyone, and I hope everybody's feeling well. Let me share my insights on my topic. Indeed, life begins at 40. Life is good, and to be in this world is really, really good. Though sometimes life is difficult and so many struggles. It is our choice on how we live our life. It doesn't mean that when we're born poor, we will remain poor our entire life. There's so many ways and opportunities on how we can improve our life. Lucky those who was born not needing to strive more just to live their life. There are so many life challenges and struggles on how we live and choose to live our life. We have heard a lot of stories on how they became successful despite life challenges. Those who came from rags to riches, those who walk kilometers and strive hard just to have a good education. First and foremost, we have to grab all the opportunities for a good life, for a good education. We should not stop. We should keep on learning. Not everyone has given a chance to have a good education. Others are really striving for it. We should be ready and back ourselves to face any life challenges. Then, coupled with hard work, perseverance, and more lives discarte, we can achieve what we dreamed of. Why am I saying that life begins at 40? At 40, normally we have a stable job. We are in at the peak of our chosen career. At 40, we have started our own family. And similarly, we are also enjoying the benefit of our hard work, like traveling, buying those material things we dream of, like house and lot, properties, cars, and other material things. Also, at 40, we started experiencing some health concerns. Like for myself, though at the age of 41, I gave birth with my fourth child. The following year, I've been hospitalized for a major health concern. At age 43, I started wearing my eyeglass. Then at 45, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. Similarly, for my husband, at the age of 43, he got stroke stricken. Thus, my 40s is really, really jump up. Likewise, for my friends and colleagues, the same way, they also experience some health concerns and issues when they reach 40s. But even though, no matter what life brings, no matter what life struggles, no matter what we have experienced, we should be always thankful and grateful for all those experiences. And we should enjoy our life to its fullest. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Emie. Our next speaker is an administrative officer and also the Quality Management System Secretariat of their office. Aside from eating chocolates, her happiness is seeing her family happy and providing their needs. Other things that make her happy is being able to help in any way she can, even simply by responding to questions or inquiries of her coworkers and making time to listen to her friends who are going through hard times. She has a forgiving, loving, and grateful heart, and she thanks God for that because she doesn't carry heavy loads. Instead, she just chooses to enjoy what she has. Let's call on Susan Santiago.
Good afternoon, everybody. Have you ever asked yourself what truly makes you happy? When I ask this myself, I laugh because it is eating chocolate that first comes to my mind. Yes, I am a chocolate lover. But on a serious note, what truly makes me happy is spending time with family, being able to provide their needs, and being able to see them happy. Also making me happy is being able to help my coworkers, even simply by responding to their questions or inquiries, and also being able to help my friends by listening to them when they are going through their hard times. Also making me happy is to see people succeed and reach their dreams. Also making me happy is knowing more people who are happy to share their ideas, being able to inspire other people, like our dear great authors. So, what is the importance of knowing what really makes us happy? It is for us to imbibe happiness so that Many people will focus on happiness and choose to be happy. So before I end my speech, I encourage everybody to ask yourself what really makes you happy and be an ambassador of happiness because I do believe that happiness is a choice. So let us all choose to be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for sharing with us what truly makes you happy. A motivational speaker, educator, mentor, public speaker, and a lifelong learner, Emeliza Gravador-Laurenciana is a person with a kind and big heart who walks her talk, full of determination towards reaching her goals. Lisa believes that it is through God's grace that one becomes successful in all of one's endeavors. She dreams to be a well-known speaker someday. Emeliza Gravador-Laurenciana, come on down.
Good day, everyone. I'm Miss Emeliza Gravador-Laurenciana, a motivational speaker, an entrepreneur, and an educator. Let me share with you about success. Success, one word, but powerful. It has the ability to change a thing and turn the world upside down. To be a successful person is what everybody aims to be. Success means you accomplish all your goals or goal that is being aimed. Goals equal success. By achieving your goal, you can be a successful person. I believe that success belongs to those who try to achieve it and pursue to make it real. It is very important to set goals you envision to be. It is true that our individual definition of success may vary, but in attaining it, we set pointers for it. And I want to share and emphasize two important pointers in setting our goals for success. The first pointer is to set SMART goals that will motivate you how to become a successful one. SMART goal, or the SMART itself acronym, stands for S, specific, meaning elaborate exactly what are things or the goals that you want to achieve and be particular of it. M means measurable. You decide as a metric that marks success. A means achievable. Make sure that goals should be attainable. And R, relevant. Connect your goal to your vision, and your vision should be realistic. And T, time bound. Set a deadline and do a schedule. Okay, and that's the meaning of SMART goal. The second pointer is that to make a list of your goals. Jot down all your goals in life. This will help you to achieve your goal and make them tangible. Writing and setting your goals will help you a lot to make yourself closer and closer to the success you are aiming. Success does not happen overnight. It is composed of hard work, actions, and goals. It needs patience, determination, and perseverance. To become successful, you should set everything. And for my conclusion, for you to be successful, believe on yourself that you can make it. Be a person with success mindset. and I'm sure it will be yours.
What fantastic goals you have, Lisa. Let's go to our next speaker. Gina Madanlo Calinog is a financial advisor, motivational speaker, and blogger. When she was 7 years old, Ina started working at the farm to help her parents to make a living. At the age of 14, she left her family to work so she could fund her studies. When she was 23 years old, she worked abroad to fulfill her dream of having a house and lot. Her goal is to empower fellow Filipinos to keep believing in themselves and not to underestimate the power of action.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am going to share an important message to all parents, future parents, and to all watching right now. I need you to hear this. Don't allow your children to take you for granted. Let me begin with a short story of mother and son. A mother loved her son so much. She doesn't want him to get tired and to do any house chores except school and games. Every time he fought with sister, his mother always on his side to protect him. One day, a mother admitted to hospital due to stage 4 cancer, and her daughter take care of her. After 3 months, mother laying in the hospital, her son visited her, and she was very happy to meet her son because she missed their moment when they were together. Unfortunately, everything was changed in that moment when her son demanded to transfer all the assets into his name as soon as possible and left her sad and crying. She was disappointed about what happened, and she realized how she spoiled and tolerated her son when he was a child. Then she decided to write her will, and all the properties goes to her daughter, and only one, a diamond watch, goes to her son, because she wants him to realize how they spend their time together. And now he doesn't have time with her when she is in difficult times at hospital. I know every parents they have their own way how to discipline their child. Parenting is the process of raising children and providing them with protection and care in order to ensure their healthy development into adulthood. Some parents, like this mother, show their love by milking children, watering children, do school assignments, and they expect the success of their child. For raising children, you must raise yourself first. Remember, you are the roots. You cannot help others without helping yourself first, and there is no success without sacrifice. The things you have today is a bonus, but love, respect, and kindness are legacy. So, teach your children about the value of respect, love, responsibility, action, materials, money, and the worthiness of affection. Sometimes avoid providing what they want immediately. They should feel that it is not easy to get anything, and teach them about the hardship and suffering they pass through in life. When you keep milking your children, one day you will be taken out of the picture, and your children they will have difficult lives because they was lack of discipline and experience. And the greatest gift that you can give to your children are the roots of responsibility and the wings of independency. So, don't allow your children to take you for granted. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ina. Our next speaker is Tess Domingo. She used to work as a management consultant and is now enjoying her retirement. She has a sister who kept a journal and wrote manuscripts of her 40-year journey as a person with mental disorder. Tess kept those manuscripts, promising her sister that she may publish them when persons who caused her pain or family members who may be hurt by it shall have died. The time has come, and her sister completed her book as a form of catharsis. Tess helped her sister out in realizing her dream. To share more of her story, let's call on Tess.
Good afternoon, good morning to some, or good evening, wherever you may be in your part of the world. I'm Tess Domingo. I'm 65 years old, and I'm retired. So you might ask, what am I doing enrolling in this course? Well, I'm also enrolled in the book writing challenge course of SHA. And I came across this and I thought I might as well share it with my Apo because it has that feature of having access to the modules for a lifetime. Now, for graduation, I thought of talking about the output of my other course, the book writing course. And that's helping my sister face the rainbow. The title of her book is Facing My Rainbow. So let me share with you the work I did. I edited her manuscripts collected over 40 years. And she's celebrating her 60th birthday, and she thought she might now release this book. So let me give you a teaser. That's my sister. She did this book, and I helped her out in putting some transitions, building up some parts of the stories and resolutions of certain chapters, and of course some grammatical editing too. And now we're ready for the launch on July 31st. The rainbow is symbolic of her life. It's colorful. It talks about her 40-year journey as a person with mental disorder. Her life is colorful because it starts from that idyllic province where she grew up to the very cosmopolitan city in England where she had her exchange program. And it also has as its setting the UP Diliman campus where she studied, to the very frenzied environment of a TV station where she worked. But tragedy struck, and she relied so much upon the Lord as her family and the doctors who treated her. For the book, we were helped a lot by Sha, who taught us through writing the book, having it published and marketed. And now we're having this launch. Of course, we were helped too by those who did the foreword and the blurbs. Dr. Marilen Danilan, author and National Book Awardee, who did the foreword, and Marites Danilan Vitug, author and journalist, who did the blurb. Of course, yeah, did the blurb too, as well as 2 psychiatrists from the US. So if you're interested, the book's title is Facing My Rainbow. My sister's pen name is Carissa Gracia, and you may write us at info@roygbbookpub.com or visit our website at www.roygbbookpub.com. roygbookpub.com. So you got it, and I hope you'll also face your rainbows and find your path of gold at the rainbow's end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tess. Up next, Vilma loves life and is always curious. She's in her element when she's planning a trip. She's wife to Richard, a lawyer, and a mom to Nina, a doctor. She's a ministry head in her parish, a budding plant enthusiast, and an abstract painter. She appreciates art in all its forms. She feels happy, thankful, and complete.
Fear not, for I am with you. Isaiah 41:10. That is the most read Bible verse in 2020, with 600 million views, as reported by YouVersion. For sure, COVID-19 stirred up a lot of our anxieties. Our first instinct was to protect ourselves and our family from this virus. We know the givens. We isolated ourselves, strictly followed health protocols, eschewed communal interactions with friends and relatives. Yet, we constantly hear of people dying of COVID, and we can buy it. Only God knows when this will finally end. So I took stock of my life these past 17 months and assessed how I have become. Did I thrive overall, struggle, or did I just coast along? Every day I have become more grateful and humble for all of God's blessings. I offer Him only the highest thanksgiving. The pandemic has defined my character. I am now bent on living a life with a purpose and not sweating the small stuff. I am grateful to be with a group whose admin knew about the pandemic before most of us did, and he prepared us well for it. Pretty soon, he discovered by extensive research for COVID-19. Like a good student, I devoured every bit of information he shared, and I built a confident know-how as to passionately share it with my SOI, or sphere of influence, and social media. Being a wife, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a boss, a friend, a colleague, I am expected to be a good example, to set a good example, a teacher, a communicator. I was expected to cheer, to give hope, to lead, to encourage, to empower, to help, to teach, to guide. So every moment I ask myself, is there anyone around me right now where I can show kindness to? And I pray to be shown how to actually do that. I have tried to help in every way I can, via material, emotional, moral, and spiritual support. I realized in stark terms that we cannot be unmindful of the plight of others. To do that is to become less human and ungodly. The virus will eventually fade away, but the lessons of community spirit, of being our brother's keeper, of looking out for each other, to each other, in these times when we are at our weakest, we may yet become the strongest incarnation of ourselves. So I will continue to strive to provide hope when I see despair and comfort when I see suffering. My contributions might be limited, but I can be just tiny ripple of hope, in the words of Robert Kennedy. And collectively, these tiny ripples of hope done by many, may just make a difference in many lives. Those of us who are experiencing hope and pain must trust God in the middle of the battle. Faith has given us this monumental challenge. We have no choice but to overcome. Fear not.
Thank you, Vilma. Our next speaker is Joy Gulla. Joy is 52 years old, married, and has two sons. She is a CPA by profession and currently working as head of an accounting unit. She hopes to be an active sharer in their church, speaking with confidence, and she believes she is nearing this goal.
Death is such a lonely word. For me, it's no longer honesty. You know the song? Honesty, such a lonely word. Everyone is so untrue. Please, don't let me sing it. You will regret your request for me to sing it. Why lonely? You may say, let us all die together, but in the end, you are alone in your death. Now more so in the present pandemic, if the death is due to COVID-19, one must be buried at once. No more impromptu reunion in one's wake, remembering your death, while the relationship with family and friends is having a rebirth. The threat of COVID-19 infection is hanging in the air among the loved ones left behind, so who will want to go and condole with the family physically? Thanks to technology, one can share the grief even if not there. As I am in my daily commute, there are times that I think of which is the better way to go, deliberate, in a prepared way, or sudden. I think the deliberate way is the saddest and for me the most selfish way. The one who chose this opted only to end his or her sadness or pain or whatever she wants to escape from. But what about the feelings of the loved ones who will be left behind? I'm not a psychologist or counselor, but I believe we all have an ability to reach out, to listen, to help, and be a friend to anyone who is contemplating suicide. The second way to go is in a prepared manner, like maybe being diagnosed with terminal illness. You arrange everything in a business-like manner, the funeral, the wake, the food, and you can work within the budget. The properties you will leave behind is also being taken care of. But no matter how prepared you are, yourself and your loved ones and friends, there is still pain of separation. To the ones that will be left behind, the missing of somebody physically will always be there, like a hole in your heart where no one can fill. How about sudden? Sudden is without goodbyes, without instructions, interstate, and sadly with much regrets. You refuse to read to your child because you are so tired from work, not knowing you'll be not be able to do so in the future. You forgot to kiss a loved one's goodbye, not knowing it will be your last time to do it. You refuse to make amends or forgive somebody, not knowing that you will no longer have the chance to do that. You did not do the things you want to do, and you know you can do it. It's just you are waiting for the perfect timing. Carpe diem. Seize the day. I have read somewhere, what is the difference between money and time? In money, at least you know how much is still left in your pocket or savings account. But with time, nobody can tell. As we end our 90 Days Speak to Tribe challenge, we may not have fulfilled all our action time activities. Guilty here. But let us admit that we had learned a lot. Unknowingly, one of the highlights is the feeling of gratitude. Grateful for the chance to do something worth our time. Gratitude could be the result of some things which we had or some things which we asked for. There's a story of two rooms in heaven. One room is full of activities. The angels are busy. They even work 24/7, 3 shifts a day, sorting all our letters representing our petitions or prayer requests. Aptly, the room is named as petition or request room. Wow, that was how plenty are our requests. Then there is another room, manned by one angel, doing nothing at all. Why? He has a handful of letters to sort, sometimes none at all. And this room, guess it right. Sadly, the gratitude room or the thank you room. Is that how we really are? When we already got what we wanted, we forgot to say thank you. The simplest thing that we woke up today, that we are breathing today, that death had not knocked on our door. Is this not worth saying thank you? So before I end, let us have that attitude of gratitude and bombard heaven with our thank yous.
Thank you for your speech, Joy. The topic of the next speaker is still on gratitude. Dr. Lorelie Ann Rivera is a practicing physician in the field of internal medicine. Lore has also started practicing the gratitude attitude for quite some time now. She is a strong believer of how a simple thank you can change people's lives.
Thank you. Salamat. Kamsahamnida. These are but common words we usually hear every day around the world. Sometimes we say it when someone did something good to us. Sometimes we say it when our prayers were answered. But in a deeper sense, what does it really mean? Do we say it only during good times? Because who wants to be grateful during bad times, right? At a certain point in our lives, we have experienced loss. A family or a friend died, and something we have been holding on for so long was taken away from us. This current pandemic, how many of us here would just want to wake up one day and just get this over with? Our freedom was taken away by this pandemic. I too have experienced loss this year and last year. Even I in the medical field couldn't do anything about it. I even lost my confidence and strength to practice medicine again. Loss. Is there anything to be grateful for from all of this? They say being sad and being grateful don't come together. Being angry or being grateful don't come together too. We can only choose one. But how do we do it? During those times of loss, I wrote in my gratitude journal every single day. I chose to be grateful still. But of course, we have to acknowledge the feeling of sadness or loneliness, because only then we will see that there is still something to be thankful for. During those times, I wrote even up to the smallest of things, like how grateful I am to be alive, or how grateful I am for we have the cutest dogs. I wrote them all down. The feeling of loss is still there. We cannot bring back the past. But having a gratitude attitude will give us the courage we thought we didn't have. It will give us the strength to carry on and move on each day of our lives. And most importantly, it will give us the hope to dream again in the future. I was browsing through social media the other day and saw this post of a celebrity traveling. I also saw this post of someone getting married. And do you know what happens next? I asked those questions. When will I get to ever do these things? How come she has this and I don't have it? How come she's living her best life and I'm here feeling stuck? I think we can all relate to this. We get to be insecure. They say comparisons are joy stealers. And that is true. There will be people greater or lesser than us. Each of us are in our own different journeys. So why compare? Why be insecure? Why be jealous? So instead of looking for things we don't have, Look instead on things we have. Focus on what we have because the more we focus on it, the more we will get it. And the more we are in a state of appreciation and gratitude, the more we are in a state of abundance. To all of us, whether we are feeling great or whether we are in a state of loss or insecurities, I hope we find something to be thankful for still. Gratitude is this little secret for us to have an abundant and well-lived life. I hope we say thank you now more often than before. And I hope we get to live our lives and see how beautiful it is amidst all because of gratitude. So, my dear friends, when was the last time you said thank you?
That was a good reminder to say thank you as often as we can. Our last topic for this batch will be about using a gratitude journal. Our speaker is currently employed as a manufacturing operations manager in an electronics manufacturing company where she leads a group of highly motivated people. The people she works with embrace daily challenges to deliver excellent results and are empowered to create a positive solution-focused environment. May we call on stage Marjory C. Guarin.
Good day, everyone. Before I start with my topic for today, I would like to acknowledge the Wright University staff and to Ms. Nacino, our mentor, and the founder of 90 Days Speak to Tribe Challenge, a venue where we can level up our communication skills. In today's Speak to Tribe Summit, it is a rare opportunity where we can showcase our chosen topic. My topic for today is about the impact of gratitude in my personal life. Normally, I journal my daily Bible devotions at the start and end of the day, along with my positivity affirmations. During the 90 Days Speak to Tribe Challenge, after hearing the interview of Andrew Matthews and Dr. Jan Di Martini, I am encouraged and challenged to journal my gratitude, the 5 key things or items that I am grateful for. I started journaling my gratitude last June 10, 2021, and up to this day, I am consistent in journaling my gratitude. I will now share the impact of this in my personal life. First, it keeps me calm and peaceful. After an 8-hour day work from Monday to Friday, the demand for work requires a lot of challenges, high productivity, high efficiency, and excellent, highly motivated team. Journaling my gratitude leaves me no pressure, and I am peaceful and calm at night. Second, it teaches me humility and empowers me to create a positive solution-focused environment. Decluttering my mind and thoughts from the hassles and issues concerns of the day, acknowledging my weaknesses and strengths, creating a positivity in my inner self, puts me into a state of a new hope, facing another new day. Third, it connects me graciously to my Creator. Being thankful and grateful puts me in a state that I am more happy and the joy within me is immeasurable. Sharing my 40 days journey of journaling my gratitude is simple yet profound. I hope I have encouraged you to start journaling your gratitude. And if you have started already, we are on the same page. Lastly, I am grateful and thankful for everyone and everything. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Marjo. Wow, we've just heard the speeches of a total of 17 speakers. But before we go to the last set of speakers from the graduates of Nacino's 90 Day Speak to Thrive Challenge, it's time for our panel discussion. Let me introduce them. As a natural empath, Cohen has learned to turn his sensitivity into a strength in helping people harness their innate gifts to inspire and influence. Over the last 12 years, Cohen has inspired more than 42,000 individuals in over 10 countries through speaking, training, and coaching in the areas of executive communications and business storytelling. Let's welcome Cohen Tan. Our next panelist is a global speaker and author of Setback Leadership, who has inspired more than 45,000 business leaders from 5 countries to take inspired action through her speeches, masterclasses, workshops, consulting, and coaching. She passionately believes setbacks are awesome. Using the power of setback leadership, she helps clients leverage failures to accelerate their professional and personal growth, thereby assisting organizations in reaching their leadership goals. Let's give it up for Srijata Bhatnagar. Our next panelist is an international speaker and best-selling author who believes in the genius of the Pinoy. As a leadership coach, Irish native Mike has traveled to 39 countries around the world, but he believes that there is something very special about the Filipino. Today, he works as a consultant for People Dynamics, where he travels across the Philippines inspiring, empowering, and motivating Pinoys every week to become world-class and believe in the Filipino dream. Mike Grogan, welcome. Our last panelist is none other than the founder of Wright University, a trusted global speaker on gratitude and creativity, and the founder of the 90-Day Speak to Thrive Challenge and Speak to Thrive Summit, Nacino. The panel discussion will be moderated by an internationally certified Gallup Clifton Strengths coach. Her mission is to help other people embrace that they are wonderfully made through workshops on positive psychology, theology of the body, and through singing. Let's welcome back Kat Aristorenas.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Srijata, Ko, and Mike. Thank you for being with Sha and me this afternoon. So we've been, all of us actually, we have a group chat, right? And we've been waiting for this afternoon to actually see each other face to face, albeit virtually. So thank you. We're excited for this discussion. And I'd just like to add, Mike, I understand from chat, happily married to Mary, and that you have a cute son named Malaya. Tama ba?
Yes, so.
Okay.
Yes, so ang background noise, ang ingay dito, the noise in my background is I'm acting up. Patawarin mo ko, forgive me if there's background noise.
No worries. That's part of our new normal, being at home, we have various background noises. All right. So this afternoon, as we've seen in the pandemic and this crisis, the growing need to speak and to present ourselves well has increased because of the various online streaming platforms, right? And our purpose this afternoon for this panel discussion is for us, for everyone here in the panel, to share how important speaking skills are for everyone, for anyone to thrive in our personal as well as professional lives. So let me just address the audience this afternoon. So I'd like to invite you just to comment down below in the chat while we are going through our discussion. This is the question for you, our dear audience. In your own experiences, how important are speaking skills in helping you thrive in your personal and professional lives? Please put them in the comments below and we'll go back to them later on. So we're excited to see your answers. Now let's go back to our wonderful, wonderful panel this afternoon. So my first question, anyone can answer. What were you like, just to get a feel of, before you guys became global speakers and authors as well, what were you like before you became famous as
My impression is global and international speakers were shy. Were you already confident?
I'll start first. Before I became a speaker, I was a very shy person. When I was in school, right, I didn't even know how to make friends. I like the girls, but I don't have the courage to talk to them at all, or even to look them in the eye. So I, as an empath, I've always grown up being a very sensitive person to my environment, and sometimes I do not know what to do with the environment, and I don't know how to do it. So the world was a dangerous place for me. So I kept myself away from people. I lived a very lonely life. So I would say that before I became a speaker, I was a very shy and quiet person.
Thank you, Cohen.
Yes. How did you get married then? I have a question for Cohen.
Sure. Go ahead.
Did you get married before you became a speaker or after you became a speaker? If you couldn't talk to the girls.
After I became a speaker.
There you go.
There you go. So the benefit number one is already there.
I think we have an answer for how we can thrive in our personal lives.
Absolutely. So, the moment you asked this question, Kat, how were you before you became famous? And the only sentence that came in my mind was, I was infamous. Now, why do I say that? Well, I was a very outgoing and extrovert person. I'm still a very extrovert and outgoing person, but I didn't know how to channelize my extrovert, the talks, the point of views in the right manner to have a conducive kind of a conversation. I would end up having fights with everyone, and that's how I became infamous.
All right.
So becoming a speaker actually helped me channelize my point of views, my thoughts in a conducive manner, which doesn't hurt the other person.
Okay. All right. So to what you said, Sujata, so I hear that speaking has actually helped you with your interpersonal relationships in a positive way. Instead of hurting them, now you perhaps charm them or you have meaningful connections, as Sha mentioned earlier, Sujata.
Sujata, no prizes for guessing who is the boss at the home, yeah?
No, not at all.
All right. Anyone would like to add to that to the answers?
Well, I'll just briefly add. I think there's a phrase that says every master was once a disaster. So there's been many seasons in my life before anyone saw me on a stage where I was really struggling. And I'm very grateful that I got into communities like Toastmasters and groups that could help me and mentor me and coach me. So I think just on behalf of the speakers here, I think we're all very blessed that mentors have come along and coaches because no one is born a world-class speaker. It's something that has to be worked at. So I'm sure there's some embarrassing videos of all three of us, all four of us here on all five of us here that will verify that.
It's
true. Oh, yes. I can relate with that, Mike. I remember I posted a video of myself covering the rains in the city. And I posted it on Facebook. And then my brother and my papa were talking to each other and they were telling, please tell Shat to delete the video. Because it was so embarrassing. But for me, I was just having fun. So that was how I started.
All right. Thank you. So I'm loving the words that are coming out now. So infamous, disaster to global and competent international speakers. All right. So while we're still in the story of how you began, I'd like to ask another question to this point. If, yes, you just think of yourself as starting out as a speaker. If you can redo things knowing what you know today, what would you do differently?
Well, I think I'll speak less than I used to do earlier.
How come, Sujata? Why would you choose to speak less?
Because that's what I'm saying, right? If I knew that you need to use your words carefully. And when you want to be a better speaker, you need to be a better listener. I think I was a bad listener earlier, right? And because I was a bad listener earlier, I would keep speaking without really understanding what I was speaking, right? So that that used to, and I'm being serious, all right? Don't laugh, guys. I'm being serious here. All right, no, but seriously, I'm saying that just because I was not a good listener earlier, I think the speaking skills were not used properly. So had I known this before, I would be a better listener and speak judiciously, carefully, at the right time, for the right person, and for the right reason.
Yes, that's true. I think from what you mentioned, Srijata, including timing, right? So we have to also know when to say things and when to say the right things, right? Especially if we want to take care of our relationships. I think I saw Cohen agreeing with something that you said. Cohen, would you like to say?
I was laughing not at Srijata. I was laughing with you, Srijata, because what you said speaks so much to me, because I always say the wrong things when I was trying to the reason why is because when I started speaking, I started reclaiming my voice. I started to get really, really excited about being able to speak, but I do not use it judiciously, and I just speak whenever I have the opportunities to do so, and I really end up turning people away instead of attracting people towards me. And so I would say that one of the key skills is not only just be a great listener, to listen to what people are saying, but also to listen to how people are saying it, to listen to what people are not saying but want to say, and also listen to the underlying thoughts, feelings, and inspiration behind what they're saying. I think as speakers, very often we speak because we just have a voice, because we have a message. But I think the most important thing is that message of service to people, right? And the only way for us to know that is to really listen to what people really want, to listen to what they're missing in their life, what would be helpful, what would add value to them, and then your speech will be valuable. And so I just want to build on what Srijata said.
Mm-hmm. And yeah. Okay. And Cohen, I read up a little bit about you. And one thing that strikes me from what you just said now is I can hear your strength of being an empath. You mentioned that aside from taking note of what people say verbally, we also need to take note of the nonverbal cues, because it's actually also a part of communication. And so I just heard that. Of course, coming from my background as a strengths coach, we usually spot those little things. And I totally agree with you and Srijata that I thought listening was easy. I don't know if you could relate with that, but it's hard.
Thinking that it is easy is actually part of the problem.
There you go.
Yeah. Sometimes when we think it's easy, how hard can it be, right? But actually we hear but not listen. Yeah.
And so to our audiences out there who may have just heard this, that listening is not easy, don't be shocked. Well, we were shocked. I think I was a little bit shocked when I first heard it. But this is actually one of the best learnings that you can get so far from this panel discussion, that we have to unlearn the way we listen to other people. And does anyone have anything else to add to that insight? Unlearning bad habits in listening and moving towards something better?
So I just add a feedback that I got when I was a junior trainer. So I worked as a corporate trainer for 10 years. And feedback, I thought I was very good. I was very arrogant. I thought I was one of the best trainers. Oh, I like to entertain. I had a story in my head. But one of my mentors gave me feedback that was the best feedback I ever got. And it's, Mike, the more you talk, the less they learn. So that feedback changed my life. And I really mean that from a sense. And it just connects beautifully to what Cohen and Srijata just said, in terms of sometimes if as speakers, as trainers, as influencers, we need to create more space for anung sa tingin mo. asking the audience, what do you think about this? Like to share a story maybe, or share a point, and then give them time to reflect, especially if you have a venue as a trainer or as a coach where you can actually allow them to think. So yeah, I echo the comments that was just made by our two guest speakers.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. That's very true. Okay, so let me go to my next question. So from you have your own journey from being infamous, from being disasters into these very competent speakers. So how did you hone your communication skills? And in connection to with this, please share your number one tip. So your top one tip.
I can go first since I went last the last time.
Yes. Go, Mike.
So, finding mentors. For example, Les Brown, even though I never met the guy, became a mentor of mine, a virtual mentor of mine, in terms of watching his recordings and learning his techniques and the science behind delivering not just a story, but the science of how people pay attention. So find those handful of speakers that you look up to as heroes, and break down the science of what they're doing behind the scenes. So that for me, obsessing with my heroes in how they speak really, really helped me in terms of all the ideas that I was able to take from them. So that's my number one tip.
All right, mentors.
I'll double click on that. I'll just add to that. Yes, mentors. I have the chance to meet Les Brown in Malaysia about 6 to 7 years ago. That guy is a legend, man. He's a legend, mate. And always be learning. Always be learning. I think that's one of the tips. I'm always learning from several mentors as well, and that's exactly where I met Shah as well. And she's also a great a mentor as well for me, because we learn from each other. You know, we're kind of like peers, and we always exchange ideas and exchange notes. To add to that, I would say that the best tip is to own your weirdness and imperfections. I remember how we used to be when we were young and we were in school, and we were often, not fitting in, and we kind of think that, we think things that people don't think, we feel things that people don't feel, and we think to ourselves, gee, I must be weird. But then, is it no surprise that when we grow up and when we go into the workplace or we go into become entrepreneurs and business people, we struggle to stand out, because we are like, how can I be differentiated from the other people? But when you were younger, remember, you were different, but you lost that opportunity to be different because you think of yourself as weird. So I think if you really want to be a great speaker, own your weirdness and imperfections. I was totally inspired by listening to Shah sing, in Boracay. I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever do that. That's really scary for me. I can speak, but I don't think I can sing. But that's very inspiring, Shah. So I think it's important to own our weirdness and imperfections.
Embrace your weirdness. Yeah, go ahead, Sridhata. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to pick up on what Cohen was saying, because I felt that, owning your imperfections, owning your vulnerabilities is something that really makes you the person that you are, the beautiful person that you are, right? And, wear this with a badge of honor. And I always say that. And I'm just going to share a quick story here. How did I hone my speaking skills, right? So I come from a very small town in India where we don't speak English. We speak the local language there. In India, there are thousands of local languages, and I grew up speaking one of those local languages called Bengali, right? And I studied in that language. I communicated in that language, and there came a point when I had to go to a big city, in a metropolitan city, like how you go from a province to Manila, like that I had to go from a small town to a city in India called Chennai to do my MBA marketing. And I stand there, and the day of my induction, where all the new students are supposed to give a 2-minute speech, just 2-minute speech. And guess what? Thank God my name was Srijata, so therefore I was last in the list, because A, B, C, D, E, F, so thank God for that. So I was probably one of the last ones to give my speech, right? And I go on the stage, I'm sweating, I'm having a cold feet, I am fumbling, the talkative Srijata is gone somewhere else, and I'm completely lost what to say. In that broken space, in that complete broken, shaken state, I just say, I want to be one of the biggest entrepreneurs in the country. And guess what happened? The entire crowd broke into laughter because I spoke in broken English. And they just dismissed the entire thing that I said because my communication skill was bad. That was the nail in the coffin. And I decided that this was the day I will learn speaking English well in next 3 months' time. I went and got myself enrolled in an English speaking institute, found a mentor, as rightly Mike said. Thankfully, the mentor that I found, she was brilliant and amazing, and she knew exactly how to nurture me, and within 3 months, I completely turned the table. So that's how I really became a good English speaking professional. Till then, I was speaking well, but I was speaking in my vernacular language.
Wow, I love what you said, Srijata, Cohen, and Mike. Just to add to what you said, one of the most important lessons I learned from a speaking mentor is this: the most important role of a speaker is to love the audience. I learned that from Robin Seeger, and a lot of times when we speak in front of other people, we're so conscious, we're so nervous because our thought bubble is, what will they say? What if I make a mistake, right? How can I impress other people? So it becomes about us, the speakers. But in reality, speaking is never about the speaker. It's about serving the audience. And then later on in my journey as a speaker, I'd like to add to what my mentor said. So the most important role of a speaker is to love the audience. But for you to be able to go to that point, you need to learn to love yourself first. And what that means is you give yourself the space to make mistakes, to experiment, to not be perfect, and to be laughed at. And maybe you can laugh with them as well. Because oftentimes we put too much pressure on ourselves. But if we learn to love ourselves unconditionally, then we can say, okay, I can make a mistake, I can make a fool of myself. And at the end of the day, I will still love and accept myself. I find it cute that I make mistakes or things like that. And so because you're not afraid, because you know that at the end of the day, you will always be loved by the most important person in your life, yourself. Now you are free to be yourself, to be who you really are. You are free to fly. Because a lot of times, it is us who is our greatest critic. So, there, love the audience, but love yourself first. So you can love the audience better.
I love that. I love that. So there's so much love going on here in the panel. And let me just go to the comment section. Let me just read. So people are loving loving us as well. And they love the discussion. So they also would like to know more about your mentors as well. So aside from the people that you mentioned, sorry, I can't remember how you pronounce it. Is it Les Brown? All right, okay. Aside from him, and then aside from Robin Seeger, are there any other mentors that you would like to recommend to our audiences today? Maybe one each again, if you like, so they can take note of it. Aside from you guys as well, of course.
I would recommend an organization. It's called Toastmasters.
Okay. Thank you, Sha.
Welcome.
Yes, I think I would agree with Shah here. Instead of one particular mentor, I have always believed in having many. That's where you learn from many and you learn a lot, learn to expand your mindset, your learning, your vocabulary, your way of speaking in a multiple ways. So I would agree with Shah here. If you are looking to better your speaking skills, then Toastmasters is, hands down, you have to join it. You just have to join it and you will be getting better in your speaking skills.
Since sorry, Mike.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. For me, it's been studying the most viral and popular TED Talks and asking myself, why was this talk viral? Why did this person was able to deliver such an effective message that was shared by so many people? So studying success, and obviously the TED Talks are very short, only 15 minutes, and you can pick so many different topics. that's personally helped me. I've stolen so many ideas and inspiration from watching those different speakers from different topics, but there's a science and almost an art of great speaking, and I think that's one great free resource that's available to all of us. Sorry, Cohen, your next tip.
Great. I'm just nodding my head until it's like falling off. I'm learning so much from the fellow panelists as well. I think indeed we have more than one mentors. When the student is ready, all the teachers would appear from everywhere, right? I think I'll take something more left field. I think sometimes we can have a cross-domain learning. I have become a better speaker after I flew to London and spent 10 days learning improv theater. And the reason why I was able to do that was because one of my mentors, Ron Kaufman in Singapore, listened to a speech. In fact, it was this speech that he listened to, the one in my background. He listened to that speech and he said, "Cohen, you had great dramatic potential." And I remember when I was back in school, I acted in literature class and people called me stupid, crazy, and they told me to shut up. And I was so hurt by the experience that it took Ron Kaufman to say, "Cohen, you got to find your acting voice again." So I went to learn theater, and learning theater has helped me to kind of like open up even more courage to express myself and to be able to, learn how to tell a great story so that you can become captivating and compelling on stage. And so I would say that sometimes we only focus on speaking, but we can learn a lot from other domains like learning a foreign language. For me, it was French, learning theater, and also learning other things like, marketing and writing copy, because the kind of skills that you learn in persuasive copywriting can be used in persuasive speaking as well. So I would say cross-domain learning.
Love it.
Wow. I'm learning a lot from our discussion so far. Did somebody want to say something? Sha, was it you?
I was just nodding my head as well.
All right. Okay. And here I am sharing a thumbs up. All right. So let me just recap a bit for our audience for this question. So there's Les Brown, Robin Seeger as mentors, and of course, Rujata mentioned it's important, it's better to go with more mentors and not just one. So, and also go to Toastmasters, the organization to help you with your speaking skills. And Mike also mentioned TED Talks. Just watch them 15 minutes, maybe one a day, and steal some ideas from them as well. And cross-domain learning. I love that. So actually now, because we have Zoom, well, you can actually go anywhere today and take advantage of that. I don't think it's going to go anywhere as well. So Zoom, I think, is here to stay. So and let me just read an interesting comment just in relation to what we already discussed, that speaking is an art, speaking is a skill, and speaking can help us grow. So this Des Reyes Leia Juba, she says that as an educator, it is a must that I know how to talk and teach my students. Later, I found out that speaking is somewhat different from talking. Everybody can talk, but not all have the skill to speak. Speaking is a skill, I thought, quite an art as well. For when you speak, you channel encouragements and inspiration to your listeners. And when I speak, it helps me grow professionally and embrace confidence as well. All right. So for this part of the panel discussion, I'm going to go one by one. All right. Brace yourselves. But these are, of course, friendly and nice questions, and I'm sure we're going to learn from each one of you as well. I'm going to go. Cohen goes it. All right. I'm going to go with Cohen first. Cohen, how important is being vulnerable and authentic in your journey as a world-class trainer and speaker? We touched on this a bit, but we hope that you can expound on it.
Yeah, I think being vulnerable and authentic is very important. Why? Because if you want to be a world-class speaker, you need to bring your authentic voice into the speech. So if you speak about leadership, customer service, sales, I mean, these are the evergreen topics that you'll be speaking about, right? But it's the authentic, the original and unique voice you bring to the topic that really makes a difference. Otherwise, you would be just presenting what people can read in Google. And in today's world, I think people, because of the pandemic, people are so well informed because everything is available virtually. If you don't bring an authentic voice to the table, then you'll be instantly forgettable. You're not actually bringing any value to the table. So that's my take on that.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Cohen. And I think you mentioned the words authentic, right, and unique. And I think what I also learned from Sha is it's important to have sincerity. I think maybe you'd like to comment on this as well. In my experience, it seems that sincerity has more power over maybe the content or the competence. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Anything to say on towards that, Cohen, or anybody else?
I think for that, right? I think like I said, we have to embrace our own our own imperfections. My experience was that my lowest moment in my life was I was warded and I spent a night overnight in the mental hospital of Singapore back in 2005. And I remember looking around me and people were like talking to themselves, and for a point of time I was feeling really sorry for myself, like how did I end up here? But when I started looking around, I realized that everybody has got a voice, and these people wouldn't be where they are right now if they have had an opportunity to express themselves. Having suffered from depression for 10 years, finding my voice was the antidote. So what I've learned is expression is the antidote to depression. So when I've learned to own my own voice and own my own imperfections and own my own weirdness, it becomes a gift. It becomes a beautiful gift that I'm able to now inspire audiences with. And so that to me was not just a gift to the audience, but a gift to myself. And now talking about sincerity, because I've gone through this whole inner journey of healing myself and believing in myself again, now I believe that every speech you give, when Shah said love the audience, I would say love the audience also by believing in the audience. Because I think people, what they really need today in today's world is belief. Somebody to believe in them. People can fly higher if they feel that you believe in them. And so that's how I feel about sincerity.
Cohen, we're very grateful that you shared a part of your soul in what you just said, and I think a lot of people need to hear that, because as we know, the people are experiencing different anxieties and maybe depression as well. And so I hope anyone in the audience who just heard what Cohen said, please savor it and remember it, write it down, and go back to it at your lowest moments. So thank you, Cohen. Let's go with Srijata. So Srijata, how did the setbacks in your life help you become the leader and speaker that you are today?
Wow, that's a good question, and it has a long answer and a short answer. Which one do you prefer?
Sure.
No. So I was just joking, but yeah, let me share how did that happen. So there was a time in my life as well, how Cohen was mentioning that he landed up in a mental hospital suddenly, and he didn't realize how did it happen. So something similar happened to me. Thank God I didn't have to land up in a mental hospital, but I almost killed myself due to my depression, due to feeling the adequacy, due to I was very suicidal at that point in time, and I was carrying sleeping pills in my bag throughout the day. I would just wander around the roads without knowing where my destination was, what I was doing there, etc., etc. But then around that time, some good soul took me to a counselor, and we sat down and we just started breaking down the whole thing. And once we broke it down, we realized that there was a lot of, I would say, stories I was building in my mind. Most of it were not true, right? What I was thinking in my mind, and that vacuum, that hollowness was breaking me apart. Now, after they pulled me out of this depression, I got an opportunity as an entrepreneur to share about my failures in a stage. That was probably one of my biggest stages initially, when I started talking about 150 people, 150 entrepreneurs were there, part of that talk. And So they said that, why don't you come and share your challenges that you're facing as an entrepreneur? So I went up to the stage and I said, to hell with it. I'm going to share all the raw, all the challenges that I've faced, all the failures that I've had, not only in my business, but also in my personal life. So there I went for an hour talking about all the failures that I've had. I failed in business, I failed in job, I failed in love, I failed in business, and I've lost a lot of money, and so on and so forth. Like I failed to take care of my own mental health also for a long time. So after I shared that 1 hour of talk, believe it or not, that was a, I would say serene experience for me. Many people from the audience came up and said, you opened our eyes. You just opened our eyes. You made us realize that a setback, a challenge, a failure is not end of our life. Probably this is just a platform for us to go to the next level, and jump in a bigger trampoline, or jump, take a springboard and grow bigger. That was the day I realized that this has to be my topic. This is what I need to speak about. That's when I started saying that setbacks are awesome. And if you don't have setbacks, you're not growing. Only when you have setbacks, you're really growing, man. So have setbacks, embrace it, right? And just learn your way through it. You will see you have grown far better than your peers who have never faced a challenge. So that's how I ended up doing what I do today. Thanks, Cohen.
Sujata, I really love your statement, and thanks for saying it now. That setbacks are awesome. We usually associate negative things with setbacks, but awesome is something that we should associate with setbacks. And again, failures, setbacks are just steps to our growth, right? Towards to our best selves. So thank you again, Sujata, for sharing your story. We have a meaningful conversation going on here, and let's continue now with Mike. So Mike, why are you so passionate about the Philippines and the Filipino people?
Wow, malalim ang sagot. I'll speak in Taglish if that's okay with you guys, because I know we've got a lot of folks from the Philippines on this call and listening in. But
someone please translate that for us as well.
I will later.
We'll do the translation later.
We'll take turns.
But I've been living here in the Philippines for 7 years, and I can say with all my heart that this country, living here in this country, has made me a better man. I have traveled to possibly over 40 different countries, and every single country that I've been to, I've always met Filipinos. Filipinos, just like I guess Indians, have spread all around the world, and in almost every single country. Perhaps if you go to Antarctica, I'm sure in the penguins there'll be Filipinos there. So what it's inspired me about Filipinos is how much they give. And right now, I'm in Metro Manila. We're going through lots of floods right now. There's a lot of people right now experiencing a lot of hardships with these floods. But still, there's going to be so much resilience and about bouncing back to those setbacks. And that really is something that not a lot of foreigners, I'm Taga Ireland, I'm from Ireland, I don't think my country would be as strong as the Filipino people when it comes to adversities. So as I'm making these statements about the Philippines, and as I travel across the Philippines as well, what breaks my heart is that so many Filipinos don't believe in themselves. They feel that they're second-class citizens, sometimes third-class citizens. They feel that foreigners are better than them. They feel that they're not good enough or not smart enough to achieve their goals. And it really breaks my heart because I see so much talent in this country, and yet there's so much malingakala, false belief, hindi ko kaya, wala akong mararating, wala akong kwenta. These are all negative statements tungkol sa sarili. And I think it's a human condition that it's normal to have these voices. I know we just talked about the voices in our heads, but it breaks my heart to see so many of a nationality have these false beliefs. And I'll share one very short story. I got a chance to speak to overseas Filipino workers, OFWs in the Middle East, and I'll never forget this moment. It was a group of Filipinas called Distressed Filipinas. Now, I think some people on this call will know what that means. So essentially, they're in the embassy of the Philippines in in a country in the Middle East, and they're in transit. They've been victims of abuse, they've been victims of horrific things, and they've lost their passport, or their passport has been stolen off them, and they run to the embassy for shelter, and they're staying there for a few weeks until the government can fly them back to the Philippines. So they've been through some heartbreaking stories. And I remember I get an opportunity, because I was invited by the embassy, just to share a short message with these ladies. And it broke my heart, from young women from 17 age to Mangat Lolas, ladies a lot more senior. But I could see in each one of their smiles also the pain that they've gone through in the weeks that they've been overseas, away from their families, have a dream to go to this particular country and create opportunity, and then to have that dream taken away from them, being victims of abuse, horrible stories that I'm sure you can only imagine. And I want to share the message I shared with those ladies. I'll speak this in Taglish. Hindi nagkamali ang Diyos nung ginawa niya ang mga Pilipino. God didn't make a mistake when he met the Filipino. The Filipino, there's so much talent in this country, and it makes me angry when I see foreigners mistreat Filipinos after all the good the Philippines has given the world. And it makes me angry when I see other Filipinos disrespect other Filipinos, sa kapwa. So it breaks my heart, all the injustice and inequality, but I want to keep pushing this positive message, the same message that Shah is pushing about a first world Philippines in our lifetime. I really believe that we can see a first world Philippines in our lifetime where walang iwanan, no Filipino is left behind. And I really believe that the foundation of this dream and pangarap is this belief that the Filipino is worth it. The Filipino is worth dying for. And gusto kong manatili dito sa Pilipinas. So I want to stay in the Philippines because I want to be a catalyst for more and more Filipinos to reach their dreams. And not that because I'm giving them the knowledge, but just reminding them something that they may have been forgotten or been brainwashed by society, that they're second class, and they are not second class. All Filipinos are first class. And this country is going to go through amazing transformation in the next few years. And I'm so excited to be part of it. So that's why I love the Philippines. And that's why I want to stay in the Philippines, because of so much potential dito sa Pilipinas. Thank you, Kat.
Mike, thank you so much. There's so many things running in my head right now that I want to say. But first, let me give you a hug. This is on behalf of every Filipino here in the Philippines and around the world. Thank you very much for believing in us. And that's what people are saying in the comments. Thank you for that appreciation, Mike. That's from Tita Anita. And thank you for believing in us. Thank you for believing in us. It was flashed earlier in here. Now it's smashed. It's flashed on the screen. I truly appreciate your love for Filipinos, Mike. And I think we needed that, especially during our weather today. So thank you so much. Now let's hear from someone who was also shy prior to being a global speaker herself. Sha, can someone who is so shy and introverted, just like you, shine as an entrepreneur and a speaker?
And the answer is yes. That's the quick answer. The answer is yes, because for you to be a great speaker and a great entrepreneur, you don't need to be so loud, and you don't need to talk all the time. Like what Mike, Sujata, and Cohen said a while ago, what you need is the heart to serve and the ears to really listen and care. If you have that, because as entrepreneurs, what you need to have, your role as an entrepreneur is not to sell your products. Your role as an entrepreneur is to really listen, to care for the other people, and find ways to give solutions to their problems. So if you're shy, you can still do it. You can still do that. And also as a speaker, again, it's so important to know how to really listen. Listen more than you speak.
And that harkens back to what Srijata mentioned earlier, that sometimes, well, I guess this phrase applies to our discussion as well about speaking. Less is more. Less talking, there's more people who will learn as well from what we briefly say. And I think that's the best way we can touch people's hearts as well. All right, I go back to everyone. I just have one more question since we're nearing the end of our discussion, which I'm a little sad about, but let's make the most of the minutes, these few minutes together. If any one of you, if you were given a minute, just a minute, to share an important message to the world, what would be that message?
So I'll go first here, and I wouldn't even take a minute. I would probably take 30 seconds. And I'll just say, embrace your setbacks, grow with them, use them as opportunities, and see how you grow and flourish. That's all.
Thank you, Srijata. Wants to go next?
I'll go next. Still come back to the idea of embracing your imperfections and your weirdness, because weirdness makes you different. And for me, in my case, my sensitivity became my empathy. Without that, I would never be the empath and empathetic person that I am today. And so that's what I'll share.
Thank you, Cohen. We appreciate your sensitivity as well. Mike?
Ang Filipino ay namumukod. I will speak in Filipino, and I would just remind the world about the potential here in this country. I want more Westerners, I want more people around the world to see the talent that's here in the Philippines and to partner with more Filipinos, so we have less Filipinos needing to leave the country for economic reasons. And that's my dream for a first world Philippines. So I want all Filipinos to hear that, but all foreigners. There's some great talent here in this country. So dito sa Pilipinas, more fun in the Philippines.
That's true.
I'm coming there. I'm joining you, Mike, there in Manila. I had a great time last time when I was there, so I'm joining you there.
Mike,
yes, great to have you back.
Mike, my entire team is based in Philippines, man. So I need you to become my Taglish or Tagalog mentor.
Walang problema. I can do it.
Walang imanan, leave no man behind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you say that? Yeah. I need to learn from you.
Thank you, Paul.
And Sha?
Okay, so my message would be, I believe that you have what it takes to be who you want to be. Because number one, you are worthy, you are enough. And number two is because you are loved. A lot of times we're trying to prove ourselves to other people or even to ourselves because we feel we're not enough. But if you just embrace the truth that you are enough and that you are so loved even without doing anything, then you can really fly. And the other thing I want to share is that see everything through the lens of gratitude.
Thank you, Sha.
You're
See
welcome.
everything with the lens of gratitude, and gratitude is really important to Sha. And I think the ones who are commenting in the chat as well share the same sentiments. And we, of course, in Wright University, me, Sha, Kim, Clarice, and Eunice, on behalf of our team, thank you, Srijata. Thank you, Cohen. Thank you, Mike, for gracing us with your presence this afternoon. So many people are inspired. So many people are touched. And I think that is the point of having speaking skills, right? And so we would like to thank you very much again for being with us this afternoon, and have a good weekend.
Maraming salamat.
Yes. Maraming
Iki nagagalak kitang makilala.
Thank you. Hey, now looks like even I need to learn the language a little bit, if not more.
Yes, thank you, definitely. And also, I just want to thank again Mike, Cohen, Srijata, and of course, Kat. They're all my friends, and it's so important to build really authentic and meaningful connections. They're here because they just really want to give value to you guys, to everyone who's participating in the Speak to Thrive Summit, and you really attract your tribe. So be the person you want to attract, and then you can attract these kinds of people. So I'm so grateful to these friends of mine. I don't even call them colleagues, but really friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sha. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you.
See you.
Sa susunod.
Paalam. God bless.
Paalam.
Sa susunod.
What a discussion! So many new learnings that can help us thrive in our professional and personal lives through speaking. Now, on to our last set of speakers. To begin, we have Teacher G. Teacher G is a seasoned educator who believes that teaching is both her passion and her mission. She is the founder of Bright Kids by Teacher G and the creator of the Bright Program, an online course on personal development for kids with focus on building self-confidence. An online course on personal development for kids with focus on building self-confidence. You can see more of Teacher G via her social media accounts, Bright Kids at Facebook and at Instagram. brightkids072021 at gmail.com.
I love to teach. 20 years of teaching in a private school, plus 15 years of tutoring grade schoolers, that is my subtle way to divulge my age. I love to teach. Isn't it obvious? 35 years of my life, I have spent teaching little rascals. I'm just kidding. That is just a term of endearment that I want to use to refer to my students who in real life are far from being little rascals, or else they better hide from me. I love to teach. It gives me tremendous joy to see my students transforming before my eyes. Whenever I notice even the slightest change in their character, positive change, that is enough to fuel me more. I love the innocence of the children. I love their honesty. I love their pure love. I love that they are respecting teachers like me. And because of that, I stayed teaching. I stayed in my teaching. I did not plan to stop at any point in my life. In the advent of the pandemic, I was already planning to retire. I thought that was the proper time to step back and settle down and to think of other things to do other than teaching, more relaxing things to do. Like I was already thinking of the plants that I would be nurturing in my garden. I'm already excited for my K-drama, for Netflix, for teleserye that I can get to watch at idle times. And wow, the ringing of that crashing sound in my ears when candies fall in their places. And you know what that is all about. But then, I was again challenged to prove my worth as a teacher sometime in 2020. That was at the height of the pandemic that some parents asked me to teach their children something else, something that will keep their children's mind away from the probable ill effects of the pandemic on their mental health, their physical, social, and emotional well-being. And I accepted the challenge because, you see, I still love to teach. And how did I do it? Well, even before the pandemic happened, I have been enrolled in online courses because I want learning new things, especially the digital platforms. Then it was in my learning the digital platforms that I had a chance to learn things like creating online courses. And who would have thought that those 5 years of enrolling in online courses would be beneficial to me at this point in time. I was able to create an online course for kids on boosting confidence. And who says that I am old enough? I am old, too old. And who says that at my age, I couldn't do those things, well, age is just a number. We just have to keep on learning and growing so that we can be empowered, especially now that the world is getting into digital platforms. And I believe it will stay longer. And so it is with pride and joy. And I am so grateful that I am here in front of you today doing this thing that I used to be afraid of doing before. And I am doing this because I would like to empower myself, because if I don't empower myself, then I wouldn't be able to empower my kids, my children, my students. And at this point, who says I am retiring? No, of course not. I am not retiring, and I am not stopping. Nobody can stop me from doing what I am so passionate about, and that is teaching. You know, at this point, I am here to stay in my digital platform, and that is because I love to teach.
What a lovely message from a teacher. We hope teachers out there were also inspired by Teacher G's speech. Now, let's look at the topic of significant living. Ariel Tolentino, who grew up in a very poor family, is a high school graduate who fell into drug addiction because of poor choices in life. But because of his faith in God, hard work, perseverance, and focus on personal development, he was able to rise above failures and now lives a more meaningful life with his wife and 3 beautiful children. Mr. Significant, as Ariel also likes to refer to himself, is the founder and CEO of Masterminds Institute Training and Development Services.
I used to call myself Mr. Significant until one day my cousin asked me this question: why are you calling yourself Mr. Significant? Are you that important? Are you some sort of a VIP person or something? And I was not able to immediately answer her question and was quiet for a bit. I remember when I was small, I grew up from a very poor family in Pasig. My nanay did laundry for a living. My tatay was a factory worker. And while growing up, I was introduced to many bad influences. I learned to smoke when I was in elementary. When I was in high school, I started drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana. And when I was 16 years old, I became a drug addict. And for 17 long years, I did drugs, which almost cost me my life, my family, and my sanity, to the point that my wife wanted to annul our marriage because I still did drugs, although I have 3 children already. But to me, that was also my turning point. It was a blessing in disguise because I was reintroduced to a personal loving relationship with Christ, as in Matthew chapter 6, verse 33, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and everything shall be added unto you. I finally understood the meaning and purpose of life, and I became in love with personal development. I started to read books about leadership. I started listening to the videos of Jim Rohn, and I attended seminars and growth and leadership topics. After 9 months on my personal development journey, we were invited to attend an international leadership conference in Orlando, Florida in 2016. And it was really a life-changing event. Not only I was with my wife, but it was a dream come true because the keynote speaker was John Maxwell. So can you just imagine, I was just reading his books, and at that time, he's on stage and we were watching live. And so he was explaining about the difference of success and significance. Success is our personal stuff. It's important. We need to be grateful. We need to celebrate every success we have in life. Professional success, business, career, professional success, That is our achievement. That is important. But when you use your success so that others may become successful as well, and then you transition from being a successful person to a significant person. And I believe I was able to catch the message. And I'm using my little success to also help bless other people, and to be honest and to be modest about the whole thing. I am in my last new chapter of my book, basically because I want to give back to the community. I want to pay it forward because I want to live a life of significance and a life that matters. And so I am not saying this to impress anybody or anyone, but I am impressing upon each and every one of us, especially here in this beautiful community, Speak to Tribe, that if I, a former drug addict and just a high school graduate, was able to break free from that addiction, that insignificant life, anybody, almost everybody can do it. What's important is to understand the meaning of life. Two important days, as Mark Twain said, there are two important days: the days when you are born, and the day you understand why. Again, to live a life that matters and a life of significance. I thank you.
That was great, Mr. Significant. To talk about living in the now, we have Nerissa Cedillo. Neri Cedillo is a University Research Associate at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. She is originally from the rodeo capital of the Philippines, Masbate. She loves reading self-help books and learning about spirituality and universal laws. She has always been passionate about learning new things and improving herself in any way possible. Welcome, Neri.
Have you ever experienced, done, thought, and felt anything outside the now? Do you think you ever will? Is it possible for anything to happen or be outside the now? The answer is obvious, is it not? Nothing ever happened in the past. It happened in the now. Nothing will ever happen in the future. It will happen in the now. Time is an illusion, which makes being controlled by time somewhat delusional. The past doesn't exist, and neither does the future. The only true reference point we have to this moment in time, to this thing we label existence, is a feeling of presence, of being here in this body, of seeing the world through this eyes. Choosing to live in the past or the future not only robs you of enjoyment today, but it also robs you of truly living. When you aren't present, you become a victim of time. Your mind is pulled into the past or the future, or both. An easy way to break the habit of being a victim of time is to identify time for what it is. Time is a human concept. Time is a metric we use as a reference point for organizing our lives and documenting history. But time doesn't actually exist. If you allow yourself to be a victim of time, to be a victim of the past and a slave to a future that is yet to unravel, you will carry with you a sense of unease. You will be susceptible to stress, agitation, and feel generally uncomfortable in life. You might be saying, but without a sense of time, how would I function in this world? There would be no goals to strive toward anymore. I wouldn't even know who I am because my past makes me who I am today. We can still use time in the practical aspects of our lives. Eckhart Tolle calls this the clock time. We use the clock time in planning and setting goals and to learn from the past so we won't make the same mistakes over and over. But after we dealt with those practical matters, we immediately return to the present moment awareness. I would like to share with you two of my favorite practices that I do to help me boost my present moment awareness. One is journaling. Every day I conduct a mindful review of my day. It can be easy to get tired and worn out by the end of the day and just let things sleep. To help you keep the mindful tone at the end of the day, try this exercise. Have a gratitude journal where you list all the things that you are grateful for the whole day. Second is mindfulness practice. One of my favorite mindfulness practice is mindful walking. Walking is an activity that you perform several times throughout the day. Mindful walking is similar to mindful breathing, but instead of focusing on your breath, you focus on your walking. Pay attention to each footstep and also notice the different motions of your arms and legs. When your mind wanders off, just take your attention back to your walking. Also notice the trees, the clouds, the sky, the sun, and the people around you. A mindful walk is enjoyable and it can really help your mind settle down. You can also be mindful of your routine activities such as eating, washing the dishes, cleaning the house, folding the clothes, etc. You'd be surprised at how such mundane activities can truly expand your awareness. Wherever you are, commit to being there completely. Life will take care of the rest. Be right here, right now. Just let go and let yourself be in the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Neri.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back to me. I hope you guys are having some merienda, no? Sana nakapag-merienda na kayo kahit papano while you're watching your friends, supporting your friends who are graduates here of the Speak to Thrive Challenge, no? Or also, of course, in support of SHA, of our efforts, also to bring this to you so that you will have more learnings as usual and as we love to give and share with you. I'd like to look at the comments and to give some love to our
We now go to Isa Clerigo. Isa is a Christian, an entrepreneur, and a health coach. He believes that God created each person for a unique purpose. He wants to be remembered as someone who inspired people one life at a time by sharing what he knows and by being the change he wants to see in the world.
Reaching your highest potentials. A lot of people are willing to settle for less than the best. They don't set goals in their lives. They just wait for things to happen. They don't strive for what they want. They want the easy way out. They don't have a sense of purpose, probably because they feel that they are not as good as the rest, or simply because they're lazy. Sad because they miss out on the opportunity of being productive or fulfilled and having that sense of peace and contentment in life. Therefore, not making any progress, even financially or in their relationships, just going around in circles and just settling for far less than what God intended for them. If that's not the kind of life that you want, but rather reach your highest potentials, starts with having the knowledge of how God sees us. In other words, having the right view of how God sees you. And then you begin to understand and realize that you are a unique person and that God has given you the abilities and talents and that He can work in your life Yes, He has given us, He has gifted us and given us skills in life and awesome potentials and vast arrays of possibilities. And then life gets to starts to get exciting and challenging, and you become motivated and things start to change. According to Dr. Charles Stanley, in his book, here are the things that will make you reach your highest potentials for God. And we fail in life by not following these principles. First, having a clear mind and a clean heart. It means being right with God. Having a clean heart, it will make it possible for you to think clearly, because your mind will not be bogged down by the things that should not be there. Second, a balanced schedule. Investing your time properly in all areas of your life, such as your family, your job, your ministry, and more. Third, a healthy body is important for the simple reason that you feel better, you feel happy, you feel cheerful and motivated, and if you feel good inside and out, then people want to be around with this kind of person. Next is right relationships. Without good relationships, you cannot make it in life, because God designed each one of us to connect and have fellowship with one another. And lastly, willingness to take risks, because God is going to challenge us for the things that look like they're impossible. And willingness to take risks and trust God and obey Him will fling doors open to a host of possibilities to reach our fullest potentials and accomplish much in life and reach farthest in our lives. So you are full of awesome potentials God has given and that God has placed in every single one of us. And you'll be surprised at what God can do in your life. You can reach your highest potentials if you are willing to pay the price. Thank you.
That was an inspiring message to help us reach the best of who we are. Thank you, Isa. Up next is Jen Lim de Leon, who is a registered financial planner dedicated to promoting financial abundance. She is your guide to a mindful way of handling your finances. With more than a decade of experience in handling finances and the human resource of a construction company, she aims to inspire people to achieve their dreams.
Who here wants to have more money? I do. Even my 5-year-old wants to have more. So in general, everybody wants to have more money. Though our reasons may be different. It could be as simple as my 5-year-old wanting to have more in order to buy his Happy Meal, or for others to provide for their daily needs, or for some to have finer things in life. For me, the want to have more money became a priority after having my kids. I would constantly worry if our finances were enough to provide for my children the life that we envisioned for them to have. And then the pandemic happened. With nothing to do at home, I decided to enroll in the online registered financial planning program. There, I learned everything about money management, to risk management, to investment planning. And after finishing the program, I decided to apply what I learned and do a financial plan for my family. And after doing so, I felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that with what we already have and with what we can do with what we have, identifying how much more do we need, and what actions to take in order to achieve all our visions, all at the right time. Little did I know that there was an actual term to what I just felt, and it is called financial abundance. So, financial abundance does not mean having more wealth. Financial abundance is being grateful with what you already have while wanting to achieve more in order to reach your visions in life. It is a balance between enjoying the now while dreaming for the future. And for me, this is essential to have this kind of mindset in order to be successful, especially when it comes to financial planning. Because it makes us want to do it, not because we need to, but because we want to. It puts things into perspective. Now, I will share with you some tips on how to achieve your financial abundance. So, number one is start by being grateful. So, focus on what you already have and not what is missing in your life. With this, it will give you positive energy and it will open your eyes to the opportunities that are already around you. Number two is change the way you treat money. So money is not the root of evil, but the love of money is. So don't be afraid to want more and also don't be afraid to spend more because money is a tool that we can use to achieve our visions in life and also to help other people. Number three is mindful spending. It's a way of managing your money depending on your lifestyle. So there is no cookie cutter approach in effective money management. It all depends on your lifestyle and goals or visions. Choose whatever works for you and gives you satisfaction. Number four is have a vision. It is easier to aim if we have something specific in mind. So with that, when we have established our visions, we make a financial plan. Our plan should be smart. It should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Break it down into bite-sized pieces so you don't feel overwhelmed. And this will guide you on your daily thoughts, actions, and decisions. This will keep you on the right track. You can consult your trusted financial advisor to help you make a good financial plan. You can also call me if you want. And number six is take action. No matter how beautifully written or how well planned our financial plan is, we can only achieve it if we take action. So action is the solution. Start now, do it slowly and consistently. And with that, I am sure you will also achieve your true financial abundance in life. Thank you and God bless.
Amazing, Jen. Now, to talk about leadership, we have Dr. Rosana M. Olgado. Dr. Ochi is a government officer who has more than 3 decades of dedicated government service. She gave up her more than 20 years of dental practice to be able to perform well in the new role she was blessed to be appointed to. A career shift that was very challenging, but with dedication, commitment, and God's grace, Ochi was able to do it well and now comfortably dispenses the tasks and responsibilities with ease and wisdom. Dr. Ochi, please come on stage.
Why is leadership important in government? Without an effective leadership and good governance at all levels in government, it is impossible for us to achieve and provide quality of life for our people. So what are the qualities of a good leader? First, agility and resiliency. In government, we are bounded by laws, rules, and regulations. However, when something unexpected happens, like the COVID-19 pandemic, everything changed out of necessity. We needed to be spontaneous in our decisions and agile in our processes. New requirements, SOPs, and demand changing customer needs to be addressed. We must have the ability to suddenly pivot and transform our existing processes in order to finish our tasks in this ever-changing environment. Second, we must empower our team to lead. A good leader knows where he is good at and where he needs help or support. So he must approach a uh, collaborative form of leadership. He must be able to hire, engage, and motivate people who are smarter than him. Because a good leader builds a leadership environment where he is able to motivate and engage his people in order to build more leaders rather than build or create followers. A good leader builds an environment of confidence within his team and gets the best out of it. Third, be the change that you want to see or be a role model. You will be leading a generation coming from a culture of entitlement and everything instant fixation. They want to have the result immediately and gets frustrated when they are not satisfied. Don't fall into these habits. Show that you don't subscribe to this culture and be the change you want to see. So how are you going to do this? Be driven, have patience, and showcase maturity. One skill set that leaders must possess that would help our future leaders manage this generation is to practice patience and acceptance. Acceptance that sometimes it is okay not to have all the answers right away, and it is okay not to be okay. The fourth is having been in the government service for more than 3 decades. I have seen, served, and learned from different leaders. Leaders who have emotional intelligence, has a connection with his people, and support the needs of his people, tends to have a more successful stint in the government. It is this kind of leadership and support that is constant throughout or across all governments. Um, regardless of regardless of how fast this government may change in the future and how soon we can recover from this pandemic, what remains constant is the continued support, empathy, care, and concern that we give to our people, because this is the same people who will make our mission and vision a reality. Lastly, there is no such thing as one fits all leadership. It really depends on the culture, on the structure, and the context, the kind of people that you have. So value the importance of leadership and appreciate its importance in government. Aspire to work with leaders who have mastered the art of leadership. Continue to learn, prepare yourself for greater accountability and responsibility, and develop yourself to acquire a holistic, a fully rounded leadership style in the future. It may not be easy, but you can do it. So good luck, future leaders in government.
Thank you, Dr. Alki. As a John C. Maxwell certified coach and trainer, our next speaker helps the youth in Myanmar advance in their personal development and leadership skills to achieve their goals. Through his work, he hopes to make Myanmar a better place for the youth and the communities. Let's welcome Max Francisco.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Misha, and all honorable speakers. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. I'm Max Francisco, plant writer from Timpo Electronic. It is my privilege to share with you the topic, the intentional growth. 3 years ago, when I started my career as an engineer in Thailand, I was not doing well. It's very hard for me to earn a living there and to support my family. I'm to China, I got frustrated and I want to resign from my work. I was really lost at the time. But one day, my plant manager, Mr. Tewan, asked me one question that changed my life. He asked me, Max, do you have a growth plan? Do you have a personal growth plan? So I say, I don't know about that. I replied to him. So he said, Max, if you want to grow, you want to earn more, you need to be on purpose on that. You need to be planning to make yourself or to try to improve yourself to be a better person. So then I said to him, I don't have any, I never tried that and I don't have that personal growth plan with me. So he asked me to have one. So I decided to have one for my personal growth plan. So I tried to ask many people also whether they have a growth plan or not, so that I can have a look and I can decide for myself. So I asked my manager, I asked my superior, I asked all my friends. But unfortunately, no one have the growth plan. However, since I'm working as an engineer in the manufacturing, we have a KPI that we need to achieve quarterly. So I got the same idea that I'm going to apply that KPI that we set in our production activity. So there's a key performance indicator. So I say that, okay, I'm going to monitoring my performance in work. The result that I want from my performance is that I want to increase my income 20% in each and every year, 20% each and every year, and I want to be promoted each and every year until I become a plant manager. So that's my first intentionally, I set the goal for that. So I try to read many books related to manufacturing, lean management, and leadership skill on workplace. And I apply it, and I really perform much better from there. And the company see my performance, and I receive back faster than what I expected. I become a plant manager faster than I expected. So now I'm leading more than 1,500 employees in my company, in the company that I work in now. And I continue study, and there's a book that is totally changed my life. There's written by Dr. John C. Maxwell, the 15 invaluable law of growth. So that book mentioned that if we want to grow, we need to grow on purpose, because the growth is not automatic process. So that is the book telling about. So in the book also, there's two questions that we should ask ourselves as a leader. The first question is, what am I doing to grow myself? The second question is, what am I doing to grow others? There's two questions that all the leaders should ask. So for me, to grow myself, I continue learning from a world-class leader. I continue studying and applying all those knowledge in my workplace. Secondly, I try to grow other people by giving a training to them. I train operator to be a technician. I train a technician to be a engineer. And I train many engineers to become a supervisor. And I train many supervisors to become a manager in the company. So that's how I grow other people. And I have seen that if people with the growth plan, people with the intentionally they want to grow themselves and they know what to do, they really improve. They live more meaningful life. They are more happy in workplace. So that's why, my dear friend, if you want to grow or if I want to grow, we need to grow on purpose. We need to grow intentionally. Therefore, I would like to tell you, please have a growth plan for yourself, for your family.
That was great, Max. To talk to us about coaching, we have Michelle P. Visaya. Mesh is a certified transformative coach, a loving wife, and a mother to her 2 kids. Mesh aspires to be a confident and better communicator, especially in the area of coaching, with the goal of helping more people expand their awareness, clarity of being, and drive them towards a path of becoming better versions of themselves. Mesh, come on down.
Have you ever been into a coaching conversation before with a life coach or a transformative coach? Have you had any expectations before going into one? Ever wondered how the conversation would look like and how it will end? Well, I've been in a few, sometimes as a client and now as a coach. And today I would like to share with you my coaching story, what transformative coaching is about, what I'm realizing from this coaching journey, and how I can help other people with this new learning. Good day, everyone. This is Michelle Visaya, and I'm a certified transformative coach. I learned about coaching, professional transformative coaching, last year and got enrolled into Coach Masters Academy. At first, I was very hesitant and had fears of pursuing to take on this new learning since I'm a very technical person. This takes a different challenge in itself, talking to people in a deeper and personal level, which is out of my comfort zone. I remembered being into a coaching conversation before, and as a client, I expected that I just narrate my story, tell my problems to the coach, and the coach will solve it for me. But I was wrong, yet at the same time amazed yet puzzled, since at the end of the conversation, it was me who identified the actions that I need to do to address my concerns. The coach asked me thought-provoking questions that enabled me to identify my issues by addressing my gaps in a constructive and positive manner. The conversation made me reflect deeper and brought me into that conscious awareness that created a fundamental shift into my thinking, feeling, and action. I didn't realize that there's a structured way of doing it, not until I joined the course. It was then that I looked back into that coaching conversation and began to acknowledge why the coach threw in those powerful questions. And my initial thoughts of what coaching is all about was finally debunked. The International Coaching Federation defines professional coaching as partnering with clients in a thought-provoking and creative process that inspires individuals to maximize their personal and professional potential. Transformative coaching is unique in a sense that it brings the client into the reflective mode, enabling the client to experience a powerful shift in their thinking through the process of heightening their awareness and deepening the learning, and using that emerging understanding to empower the client to tap into their strengths and to take action to achieve the results they truly desire. Transformative coaching also taught me that for a coaching conversation to be truly meaningful for the client, it requires the coach to be fully present to their client, to actively listen to the client's story without finding any judgment to the person, to make pure and clean observations about how the client is relating to their story. The coach helps the client experience a new way of seeing into their situation, expanding their awareness and understanding through powerful asking, and enabling the client to determine what matters most to them and direct the client's thinking towards what needs attention to move forward to what is positive and possible. Transformative coaching is also unique in a way that whilst the coach is helping the client make a transformation for themselves, the coach also transforms during the process. And I was a witness to one, having made some self-transformation along the way. Through this coaching journey, I realized what the value of transformative coaching brings into people's lives. I started this journey with the fear that I cannot become a coach, but I'm glad that I completed the course without any regret and with the newly found discovery that I can get out of my comfort zone and have that courage and confidence to help other people through coaching. I am embracing this new learning with a commitment to continually develop myself and be a change agent who inspires with a positive and sustainable change and help other people in their own creative transformation and self-awareness so that we can both navigate our path towards becoming better version of ourselves. If ever you need help to gain some clarity and understanding of a situation you're in right now and want to find out what needs your attention to move forward, get to a coach near you, or if you don't know someone, I can link you up with the coaches I know, or if you think I might be of help, then borrowing the famous lines from Mr. Boy Abunda, tara, usap tayo. This is Michelle Visaya, and I can partner with you as your transformative coach. Thank you very much for listening and have a wonderful day to all.
Thank you for sharing your passion for coaching, Mesh. And last but not the least, we have Jocelyn Rabang. Jocelyn is a wife, mother of 3 wonderful children, and a banker. For the past 20 years, she has worked in different aspects of the banking industry. Joy carries the value of hard work and integrity and outstanding client service into everything she does. She also believes that educating and representing her clients to the best of her abilities enables them to make sound decisions. In her copious time, she enjoys tending to her plants and her 4 fur babies. Let's call on stage Jocelyn.
Hi, Misha. Hi, fellow challengers. Hi, everyone. This is Sharabang. Here we are finally on our Speak to Thrive Summit. And before anything else, I would like to thank Misha and her team for the 90 days of fun and exciting learnings. On this special day, I would like to share with you a very important topic, and that is stewardship with a purpose and accountability. One of my mentors, who is very close to my heart, a retired independent director of our company, in his message once shared with us that when he talks about stewardship by necessity, he has to talk about our connection to our faith. I remember that he encouraged us to read the book of knowledge, the Bible. He asked us to go to Proverbs 1 to 31, read 1 chapter a day for a start, and he said by reading it, we can get a master's degree on what life is all about. This is how stewardship began for me, realizing that our first stewardship role in life, the first that we ever shepherded or became a steward of, was our very own life. This encouraged me to make the roadmap or a plan where I want to be 3 or 5 years from now, predict what my life would be, work on a vision, plan to progress, think about myself, my family, think about our future, and daydream. Dreams serve me anyway. And if we dream, we have to dream big. And if we are genuinely concerned with the growth of our family, our job is to do the best stewardship of our lives that we could possibly give it. Let's not just rely on good luck. It's inherent in us to shepherd our lives so we could look back and open the chest of memories and say we did well. I also learned from him the 4 important principles of biblical stewardship, dubbed as ROAR for easy recall, which stands for R, responsibility, O, ownership, A, accountability, and R, reward. So in making decisions, I ensure that the ROAR is carried out with 3 C's in play, and these are consciously, conscientiously, and constructively. First, attend it consciously, giving it our full attention by being proactive and by not being reactive. Second, using our conscience to arrive at a decision on how to employ responsibility decisions that require balancing morality, what is legal, and what is good to our family, our kids, and even our colleagues in our company. Use conscience because it is what is dictated by our values that we have. And third, constructively, making sure that the result of our work is what is expected of us. But we are all stewards. We have to be disciplined to be stewards of whatever given to us and whatever we have. Stewardship is extremely important word in our life. Also, one important attribute when we talk about stewardship is trust. We have to trust ourselves that our values are good, that we are not only propelled by the technical skills that we have, by the emotional quotient that we have, but there should be a consciousness in us that our values are also grounded. Trusting our kids or anybody that we are delegating work to as we have trained them and rely in their competencies, gaining our trust. Our obligation as a steward is to train them as good as we are, or if possible, better than we are, making sure that they get the exposure needed so they can have the experience for the future. Let us all try to be a very good parent and a person with good value in the community we live in. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Afternoon. Welcome back. So that was the last batch of our speakers. So everyone has graduated. All 25 have presented their speeches this afternoon. So let's all give them a round of applause from wherever you are. Or you can comment in the chat, in the comments as well. All right. So we have been asking you since our event earlier this afternoon to post some pictures of yourselves watching this Speak to Thrive Summit. And we have some exciting news. We've already chosen the winners. So let me reveal them at this point. Let me just click on something. Okay, so instead of 5, Sha decided to have 6 winners. So I'll go first to the 3 people who will win the World Gratitude Summit access, Money and Me book, and the Conquering Your Stage Fright book. So let me flash it on screen. The 3 people who won it is number 1, Michelle Simtoco. Number 2, Lovely May Torio. And the third one is Hazel Vidal. Congratulations! We hope you enjoy that. You can look at the World Gratitude Summit. There's lots of speakers there to help you when you're down or to help you also to move forward with success. Just take a look at those. There's lots of learnings there. Up next, the 3 winners of the scholarship to the 90-day Speak to Thrive Challenge. And our winners are this is a little bit challenging for me, Razel Vin, Oroseo Viloria, Annie Venezuela, and the third one is Janelle Dimas. Congratulations, and we will see you soon. We will see you soon here with our team. And as we guide you through your speaking journey as well. So congratulations. And our team will just get in touch with you and send you and give you access to what you want. If you've also seen in the comments, so we've been inviting you to sign up as well. There are links there to join the Speak to Thrive Challenge. And we understand that there are people who already signed up, and we thank you. Sosha loves action takers. Thank you for taking action. We're excited to see you in the course. So just continue to sign up. The link will be posted below continuously until we end this program. All right. It's actually 6, so we're nearing just a few seconds left. We'd like to thank you on behalf of Sha and the whole Wright University team. Thank you, everyone, for being with us this afternoon. And thank you to Andrew Matthews for his special message. We loved your video. Thank you so much. And thank you to all our panel. Thank you to all our panel speakers for generously sharing their expertise and time with us today. To Mike, to Cohen, to Srijata, and Sha, I really also enjoyed our time with you, and so did our audience today. So there's so much love in the comments, and thank you so much. All right, let me just backtrack a bit. So for those who are interested to join the 90-day Speak to Thrive Challenge, just sign up through this link. It's so we can give you updates. Ayan. That's https://bit.ly/speak to thrive. All right. So that's https://bit.ly/speak to thrive. So come on and join us. And thank you again to everyone, to all our viewers, to all our audience, especially the family and friends who supported our Speak to Thrive graduates. I'm sure they are so happy and grateful to you for being with them this afternoon. All right. With that, we actually end. Thank you for spending your Saturday afternoon with us. There, we're flashing the Speak to Thrive link there on screen. You can actually see it. So don't hesitate. If you can, and if you want to, and if you want to be like our panel speakers as well, please type in or copy the link below in the comments and join us in the Speak to Thrive challenge. Thank you, everyone.